Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, good morning. We're being silly in the studio already. How are you? How are you this bright and actually sunny, I don't want to jinx it, sunny morning. Kat, our producer, I told her yesterday after the show, do not ever wear your flip-flops ever again, apart from in the winter. And this morning, it's sunny. So, thank you, Kat. You did the right thing. Yeah, you're welcome. Good. Anyway, listen, how are you? Thanks for joining us here on Sewing Street. It's always wonderful to have your company. Get in touch with us, won't you? Listen, let's start by doing our early bird because it's a good one. Now then, I do love to hear the birds in the morning, don't you? Now, our early bird is something we all need, and actually we all need multiples of. I can never find a pair of scissors when I need them. How about 3 pairs? 3 times as hard to lose, 3 times as hard to misplace. These are great scissors, loving these. Now, we've had the pink pairs on air for the last few days. These are the black, really suitable, great for in the shed, in the garage, in the kitchen, in your craft room, absolutely. Cutting paper, cutting fabric. You've got a large dressmaking pair. You've got a medium-sized pair as well, and then you've got the small pair as well. Now I'm just going to grab a bit of fabric actually, because I keep on talking about cutting fabric with them. But here we go. I've got some quilt weight cotton, and oh, nice. Oh, and also, I don't know if my mic can pick this up. Listen. Oh, there isn't a nicer sound, is there? Let's be honest. And that's absolutely sharp to the tip. I'm just going to snip in some notches. I should really have overhead, shouldn't I? But never mind. I'm going to snip in some notches, and that is sharp to the tip. Absolutely brilliant. So if you're just starting out in dressmaking and you want to get yourself a nice affordable set of scissors, £8.99, and that's not for one large pair of dressmaking scissors or the medium, it's for all of them. And actually, £8.99. £8.99. Fabulous. Now I'd pay £9.99 for a large pair of dressmaking scissors. If I got them for £7.99, I think I was getting a real bargain. To get 3 pairs, and again that small pair again, I'm just going to grab and start snipping into fabric. Absolutely beautiful. So if these were my trimming scissors, or just snipping in notches for when I'm doing my trimming, or if I'm cutting up my EPP, not a problem. These are great, absolutely terrific. £8.99 on a normal day. But believe me, today's not a normal day. Oh no, it's our early bird. Crash that price. There you go, £6.99. £6.99 for three pairs of scissors. 6 handles, 6 holes. You get the holes for free. The holes are actually technically free, but you get 3 pairs of scissors for £6.99. Now I'm thinking, how often have we caught the other half, or someone in the family using the dressmaking scissors, the fabric scissors for paper? It's never a good day, is it? It's never a good day. So let's get some extra scissors. So it's like, these are kitchen scissors, these are your scissors, and these are my scissors. Don't touch my scissors. My mum once caught me actually in the pantry with her pinking shears and a sheaf of paper just because I loved the sound, and I deliberately went somewhere dark so I could just hear the sound of it cutting. That's cute, isn't it? Claire's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. I have at least 3 pairs of scissors and I can never find them when I need them. They are never in their pot. Claire, at least you've got a pot. I didn't even think to do that. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Sunny in Silverstone today. Enjoy. What a lovely day. Patricia's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. And a lovely sunny day. Yay! Kat didn't wear her flip-flops. I'm just saying it can't be a coincidence. But she is wearing pyjama bottoms, which I find slightly strange. Morag's got in touch. Good morning from sunny Dumfries. I'm in Dumfries and Galloway next weekend. Jill's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart, from Tewkesbury, my old stomping ground. So many of you getting in touch. Thanks for getting in touch. We'll love it. Join us on Facebook, won't you? Watch us on YouTube, watch us on the web, watch us on the app. Tap that app. The web, of course, is the quickest and easiest way to check out when you're getting your scissors. Lots of you multi-buying. Well done, you. Great to get ahead. They do come in a box. So if you want to give them as a gift, they do come in a box with a little sort of insert. But also, you could very easily make, and this is what I would do if I was gifting these, I would make scissor fobs for each of these. I'd grab some fat quarters, some scraps, and I'd make some scissor fobs or some scissor keepers, and I would gift a pair of scissors with a fob or a scissor keeper. Little fob, you know, you make just a little, I was going to call it a cornichon. It's not cornichon, is it? It's that's like a gherkin. What are they called? Oh come on, I can hear the word. It's not a carabiner. Somebody will help me, please. Morag said, whereabouts in Dumfries and Galloway? If near, I will come and see you. I'm teaching at Shambelly House, doing a weekend there. Mrs. has got in touch to say, looking forward to seeing you next weekend in Dumfries. Nice one, you'll be there. Looking forward to seeing you too. We'll have a great time. We'll have a great time. Keep checking out on your scissors. Now, half of the stock is already spoken for. You do need to check out though. Check out your basket. Remember, it's only 1p&p all day. You just pay that 1p&p, and then for the rest of the day, you can just shop. And of course, every time you shop, you're shopping to win. Now I'm just going to have a look and see where the prize is. Well, I've got an Elna 680 Plus under the desk. That's not the prize, is it? No. Was there? I have... Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Tuesday 10... No. May Day prize. Ah, you're kidding, aren't you? Well, I don't know, but it's just Friday the 13th. Oh, that's a good prize. Friday the 13th. We'll have a look and check. We'll find it. At the moment, let me be honest, at the moment it's this snipped in piece of fabric. If you'd like to win this... Answers on a postcard. Do you remember when they used to do that? Answers on a postcard. They couldn't send a letter in. Had to be a postcard. I'm working with virtual embryos here. Everyone in the gallery is just going, no, what's a postcard? What's a stamp? We remember, don't we? We remember. We've got it. Oh, it's a good one. Is it really all of that? Thursday the 12th of May, May Day prize winner. Wow. Shut the front door. I'm going to just get this out a second just to show you. Oh, it's a Moda Fat Quarter bundle. Oh my goodness. Listen, I can tell you that's got to be about £80 worth, surely, of £100 worth. That's awesome. The code. REP0310. No, BRW197. 30 fat quarters, Moda Back Porch Fat Quarter Pack, BRW197. Oh my goodness. Pauline Wheeler's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous. Good morning, gorgeous, Pauline. We went out for a curry together, Pauline and I. We had such a lovely evening. Look at that. $99.99. Now, if you want to be in with a chance of winning 30 fat quarters, it says it on the bag. 30 fat quarters, 30 piece. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could jog on the spot while I'm doing this if you want. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20. Swing those arms. Come on, knees up to your chest. 3, 4. I haven't lost it, have I? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 30. Why couldn't you just trust me? I can read. Honestly. All you've got to do today is shop with us. When you check out, you will be entered into that prize draw. If you check out twice, you'll be entered again. If you check out 3 times today, you'll be entered 3 times. Why not go for it? Literally, buy anything on today's show, you'll be popped into that prize draw. Ah, Pauline, I'm watching you whilst die cutting, and I've just cut through my magnetic sheet. Oh, Pauline, what are you like? She's cut through a magnetic sheet. It's a rookie error. Pauline Wheeler should know better. She's at home doing it. Yeah, she just go on the telly and do it. Love our Pauline Wheeler. We're going to get Pauline Wheeler on Sewing Street. She's ace. You're going to love her. We might already know her from Hobby Maker, of course. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Don't forget to check out on your scissors, will you? Oh, no, let me have a quick look. Oh, Claire's just said, wow, what a prize. You're not kidding. Isn't that wonderful? Oh yeah, Jan's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and everyone. I got up at 6 a.m. to make 5 dozen cheese scones. Love cheese scones. For a coffee morning. So relaxing now and watching you, Jan. Did you sprinkle just a little bit on the top extra? Max has been in touch. Max, we saw your fabulous socks yesterday. Hi, good morning, Stuart. I'm around halfway done on my socks. Max, you're amazing. Have a great day at school, won't you? Absolutely incredible. Karen's got in touch too. As early as it is, I'm laughing out loud, completely alone. Thank you for a great start to my day. You are welcome, Karen. Stay with us if you can, won't you? We'll have a great morning together. Now, there really aren't very many of these scissors left. They should be $8.99, which, let's be honest, is an amazing price to start with. But we have dropped that price just until midnight today, or until stocks run out, to $6.99 for 3 pairs of scissors. You've got your large dressmakers, you've got your medium-sized multi-purpose, and then you have got your small trimming, embroidery style, sharp to the point, absolutely brill, cutting through. Quilt weight cotton, just beautifully. Keep going through for that, won't you? Oh, you do put extra cheese on top. How wonderful. Warm from the oven, lots of butter. Dieting? What's that? Yeah. Let's look at the menu. Here it is, 8 a.m. It's fabulous fabric. We have got some really lovely fabric this morning. Stick around. At 9 a.m, Fiona Hesford's here for the launch of a brand new pattern. It's the Sewgirl Agnes top and dress. Here it is. Oh, just gorgeous. Look at that. In that blue, we've got that fabric, that gorgeous blue fabric. It is perfect. That's going to be your summer staple. Tools and lighting at 10, and then at 11 the Sewgirl herself, Fiona Hesford, is back with the Hoxton Tote. This is sensational. Look at that. We've got kits with those African wax prints. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. All the key skills are going to be shown. And then at 12 o'clock we've got some really fab dressmaking fabrics and tools, lovely bundles of dressmaking fabrics. So a great morning, lots of laughs, I'm sure, possibly a cheese scone, possibly not. But regardless, we'll have a great morning. Now, shall we go on over? Come on, come on, let's go on over. I can sing a rainbow. Love a rainbow. Love a rainbow. We were going to do this today, but I saw it said, oh, come on, do it for me. Go on. Love a rainbow. And you can never have enough rainbow fabrics in your life, can you? June is coming up, Pride Month, if you want to make a little banner or a quilt to celebrate. If you want to just refresh your stash and get a bit of sunshine in there. We've got all, you know, and it's a proper rainbow, isn't it? That proper bright red, bright orange, sunshiny yellow, that gorgeous proper green, clear blue, purple, this fabulous pink. I know that's not officially in the rainbow, but I'll let it in. It's gorgeous. Oh, hang on. Red and yellow and pink and blue, orange and purple and green. I think I might have messed up the order, but they were all there. And then black and white, because you know what? I love rainbow. And then strip piece, black and white together into a fine stripe, and then stick that in as a little border. A black and white mini stripe border all the way around with rainbow piecing. Absolutely gorgeous. Now you're getting ½ a metre of each. There's 9 fabrics in total. We've already giving you a discount on that price, £32.99. It's £3.66 lower than it should be for that gorgeous, sorry, £3.66 a ½ metre. But there is a saving on that bundle, isn't there? Yeah, should be £3.74 a ½ metre. So you're making a good saving there. And these are absolute staples, aren't they? Can never have enough black and white in my stash. And then to have those gorgeous clear bright rainbow colours, just gorgeous. Let's go lower. Go on. Go on. I kind of set it up, didn't I? I did set it up. Let's do £3.33 a ½ metre, making that bundle £29.99, under £30 for 9 different beautiful fabrics. And like I say, for me, it would be about piecing together some gorgeous, and I would probably get something like a little bit of grey as well, and perhaps just put a little bit of grey in there. And then, so piecing together, and then piece together black and white strips, and I would probably go maybe a 1-inch finish or even a ½ inch finished strip piece, chop it up, and then create a lovely black and white sort of piano key, literally piano keyboard around the outside. Just beautiful. A message from Tracy. Good morning, my lovely. You always make my day, and thank you for friending me yesterday. You're my little cornichon. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you, Tracy. It's not though, is it? It's a biscornu. I knew I'd remember it in the end, a biscornu. You can kind of see why though, can't you? I expect biscornu to come on the side of an espresso coffee, really. Excuse me, waiter, there's no biscornu on my plate? Thank you. Would you mind? Good morning, Stuart from sunny London. Yay! It is sunny in the whole country, isn't it? Come on! Let's have a barbecue. I'm going to I'm going to be busy sewing Jubilee bunting for a craft fair on Saturday, so we'll be watching with one eye, lol. Well, one eye on the sewing machine, one eye on me. I got you. Enjoy the bunting. Send us a pic. Also some lovely messages on Facebook. Claire got in touch to say, Richard of York gained battle in vain. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You got it, they're all there. Sue says, good morning, Mr. Sunshine. You're such a laugh. Have a great day. Love you loads from Sue. Thank you, Sue. Sending you a big kiss. It's really kind. Now keep on going through for your rainbow bundle. Brilliant bargain that, isn't it? 9 fabrics, 9 ½ meters for under £30. All your rainbow colours covered there, plus black and white. I think that is beautiful. I could dive straight into that right now. Now then. A yarn pack. You might be thinking, come on, hang on, Stuart, this isn't Yarn Lane, why have we got? But there's a reason. The wonderful Janie Crowfoot was on just very recently. Janie Crowfoot is just a legend, isn't she? And we couldn't get the parchment colourway of her beautiful blanket in for the show, but we've got it in now. So here it is. Now, so many of you, hundreds of you, bought her new book. The book is called Fruit Garden, and it is the most incredible. Do we have a picture of the actual blanket? Here it is. Oh, sensational. Look at that. Amazing. So we get more of the parchment colour. Yeah. How many balls of that do we get? These are just representative of what you get. You get much more of the parchment, and you'll get more of that, I presume, as well for the border. Anyway, it's a full kit to make the parchment and caramel colourway of the Fruit Garden blanket, and that's what you see. So you get all the yarn to make that. So more than I've got on the table for $49.99. 4 of the parchment and 3 of caramel. So you get 4 of these, 3 of those, and then everything else that you see, and that makes that incredible blanket. Now it's DK yarn. It's from Stylecraft. You've got some batik yarn from Stylecraft in there. You've got some Highland Heathers. You've got some Life DK. You've got some Special DK in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now, all of the bundles absolutely flew out when we did the show. The book flew out too. If you missed the parchment bundle, this is your chance. If you know anybody who watched the show and wasn't able to get it, send them a quick text or give them a ring, would you? And just let them know we've got the bundle on air. It's $49.99. Jane's designs are, well, they're iconic, and she's a global icon. I watch her feed on Instagram, and it's just incredible seeing, you know, crocheters from Indonesia, from Japan, from Africa, from America, from, I mean, all over the world, sending in pictures of their makes from Jane. Just incredible. She's someone I really aspire to be. We wanted to get this to air as soon as it was available, so it's available from today. Here's that finished sample. 4 parchment, 3 caramel, 1 of everything else, everything you need to make that gorgeous blanket. I know it's not Yarn Lane, but we just wanted to bring that to you while we knew it was available. Now then. This quilt kit I absolutely love. I haven't seen it before. It is so gorgeous. It's called Effie's Woods, and it's by Deb Strain. And this is all about inspiring yourself, inspiring others. Be wise, be yourself, be kind, be brave, be clever, and be curious. It's not that, it doesn't say this. I'll show you on the back. Look, there's a little raccoon who's be curious. There he is, right there. Finished size 46 inches by 59. Great wall size, great quilt for a child as well, of course. I think that's the idea, isn't it, really? But I mean, I'd make that to have on the wall in my studio to remind me of all those lovely things. Now, we'll have a look at the you get all of the fabrics, all of your instructions, everything. Of course, those panels are all included as well. Be you, little one. Be you. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? I just think that's gorgeous. And then inside, and you know, it kind of reminds me, isn't it, the book The Help and the film The Help? There's a little girl there, and her, I think it's her maid, isn't it, says to her, you know, about being kind, being brave, being remarkable, or all those things. I just think it's a wonderful message to give to children, but also to give to each other and give to ourselves. Am I allowed to open this up? Yeah, come on. So there's no applique to do. The gorgeous panels, the alternate panels, the be kind, be brave, be curious, are all printed, and they are beautiful. Look at the artwork on that. Look at the artwork on that. oh, that's lovely. Now, is that to use on the back? You are cherished. Oh, that is lovely. That's extra. There it is. Be brave, be curious. And then we've got a little hedgehog. Be yourself. Even if you are a bit spiky sometimes. Oh, be clever. Foxes are always associated with being clever, aren't they? Wily fox, cunning, yeah, be clever. And then be wise, of course, the wise old owl. Wise old owl. Although Charlie often refers to me as the wise old bear, he calls me wise old bear. Be kind. I think that's beautiful. Really lovely. And I love all of the little sort of mushrooms and the ferns and the berries in the background as well. And look there at the top, you are loved. So you are loved and you are cherished isn't actually included in the quilt. So what about making some gorgeous pillows to go with the quilt? You could put a little border around that, bit of pom-pom trim. Hello, have we met? And then you've got the quilt and some gorgeous cushions. You are cherished, you are loved. And then you get all those gorgeous fabrics as well to go with, all the coordinates. Oh, can I show you the fabrics too that you get included? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Again, with all the animals. I mean, I just want the fabric. No, I want to make the quilt. It's gorgeous. Love that. Well, that's really cute with all the different... And the thing is, I know there's a raccoon, but actually, apart from the raccoon, they're very British animals, aren't they? Fox, deer, hedgehog, rabbit, bunny rabbit. That's gorgeous, isn't it? That is really lovely. Sorry, I keep turning it around. Beautiful. These are got, and the price is amazing, isn't it? £89.99, and it's on split pay as well. You get all of your beautiful background fabric, and this isn't like a, you know, a solid range. This is part of Effie's Woods. All beautiful mode of fabric. Oh, I think that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And size-wise, because it is, thank you, 116 by 150, that means nothing to me. 46 by 59, thank you. It's a brilliant size for, yeah, a baby quilt, but also that's going to be a brilliant quilt when that child is 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a lovely throw over the back of a sofa. It's a wall hanging. It's, you know, it's definitely a quilt you would put on a single bed, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. So it's going to grow with a cherished little one. I just think that's beautiful. And then, of course, you get your wonderful pattern. And the quilt is called Be You, Little One. And what else can you ask for, really? For any of us, be yourself. I think that's lovely. Oh, I've gone all soft and I'm even talking gently. I just think that's really sweet. It's brought a little tear to my eye. I think that's cute. I mean, I love baby quilts. I love children's quilts. But that one in particular is just lovely. And just to show you the front as well, just very quickly, if I may, you've got some really lovely piecing there. You've got the hearts to piece. You've got the trees to piece as well. And then I love this border around, this pieced border around the blocks as well. I think that's really super. Got a little border around the outside, a couple of borders around the outside. I think that's gorgeous. Here's a bit of information from the designer. When our first granddaughter Effie was born, her nursery theme was bunnies, friendly, sweet bunnies. I painted a few watercolours for her room, and that inspired me to create this cosy collection. Effie's woods are filled with kind, clever and curious animals, as well as ferns, mushrooms and berries. The colours are soft and gender neutral, and the watercolour feel of the artwork is perfect for a cherished little one. Creating a project with this woodland theme, Effie's Woods will tell the receiver that you are loved. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Absolutely super. Favourite thing, even more than the rainbow bundle. Good morning, Stuart. Love the quilt. I agree with you. I do like a pom-pom. Lol. Georgina, I love a pom-pom. I think everything looks better with pom-poms on it. And I mean literally everything. A message from Nora. Good morning, Stuart, from my beautiful Ockhill Hills up here in sunny Clackmannshire. Have a great day. Love, Nora. Nora, I'm so sorry I mangled your beautiful language. Forgive me. My producer was no help at all. Do you know what? On the BBC, they actually have a staff member who researches any names that are difficult to pronounce and gives them to the presenter phonetically. Oh, it must be lovely on the BBC. Keep on going through for that lovely quilt kit. Beautiful. Beautiful. You've got your trees, you've got your hearts, you've got that lovely border around the panel blocks as well. Nice and simple. I would say confident beginner, committed beginner. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for a beginner to make, or for any of us to make, but it'll be lovely, joyful, really joyful. Lots of you have got that in your basket. We're very, very limited stock on that, and I'm not surprised. I'll say it. I think you've got great taste. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. Really love that kit. Now then, very quickly, Jubilee. If you want the, I'm going to say right, it's not, but you know, the right blue, the right white, the right red, for just the perfect Jubilee bunting or borders around a quilt. Beautiful, sort of good true red, a lovely bright blue, and then crisp, clean white. And this white actually is wider than normal. I'm going to just open it out so you can see. Look at that. This is a wider white. This is about, what is this, about 50 inch? Something like that. So great, so you get a few extra pennants out of that. Or maybe if you're making the tape to go along the top of the bunting. I'm being very bunting focused, but you know, we're all a bit bunting focused right now. Yes, I've got a lot of bunting to make. It's not 11:37 today. We're in that kind of mood, folks. We're going to drop the price under £10. Let's do £9.99. Now, if you're more interested in celebrating Bastille Day, I've got a quick tip for you. Although this bundle comes in red, white and blue, we are also more than happy to send it out as a blue, white and red bundle. We'll do that for you, and it's still £9.99. Happy Bastille Day. I couldn't resist. A message from Ellen. Dear Stuart, patchwork jackets next week on Great British Sewing. I know, but then I missed last night because I was out eating curry with Pauline Wheeler, and now this morning she's cut through a magnetic mat. Clackmannshire, if this helps. Clackmannshire. Thank you, that does help. Do you work for the BBC? Fabulous. Keep going through for that. What a great bundle, under £10. Now, in the beginning, yeah, jungle bundle. A jungle bungle. I'm going to end up calling it a bungle, aren't I? Now, in this mega bundle, okay, jungle bungle. Stop it. This is lush. You're going to love it. Aren't you getting 3 panels? Or is that a border print? 2 panels, 9.5 meters. There's a border. Hello. Oh my goodness, these are super cute. Sky, oodles of that please. Loving these. Yes. That's delish. Right, let's have a proper look. So 2 panels in this bundle. £89.90. This is going to make quilt. This is going to make, well, so many different things. Quilt, wall hanging. This is really big. This is gorgeous. Wow. I'm just going to throw this up so you can see. So here's the big panel. Oh, look at that. How cute. Really gorgeous. So this has got, you know, main panel in the centre. It's got borders. It's even got sort of faux piecing in the corners as well. Hello. Oh, hello. I'm Jerry the giraffe. How are you? Welcome to my jungle. Oh, how lovely. You can get that panel on its own, by the way, but the bundle is so gorgeous. You've got borders there. You've got the gorgeous little, yeah, the corners are great, aren't they? Have you seen those kind of like pieced corners? Absolutely perfect. So literally with this, all you need to do is layer it, quilt it, bind it, and that's it. You've got your jungle themed baby quilt or wall hanging all done. But of course, if you wanted to make it bigger, you could start doing some piecing, you know, simple stuff like 4 patches or rail fence round the outside, add a few borders to make a larger bed quilt, you know, if it was for an older child. But you're getting 2 panels, that's just one of them. Let me show you the next one. This is, yeah, that's the same one twice. Is that? Ah, okay, there is another bun. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, is this it? CGUQ 38, yes, got it. Right, this is the second panel, sorry about that. Oh, yes, this is great. So this is a panel, but this is squares. So again, you could cut these out, you could piece them together. That hasn't been cut correctly at all. Trying to, yeah, this has been miscut. Yours will come as a panel. It will have 6 images with that border all round them. Yeah. Okay, and then you've got 9 coordinates that go with it. Okay. Oh. Wow. Amanda's just messaged in to say she's making bunting. Sorry, I'm just distracted. She's making 260 metres of bunting. I think you deserve an MBE for that. I'll have a word. So this is one of the coordinates you get. So this I actually would treat as a panel almost, because it's a border print. I mean, you can get this by the ½ metre as well. So if you wanted to create really large wide borders around a quilt, you absolutely could, but I'd be super quick and get yourself maybe 2 metres of this to be able to create borders around a quilt. That's going to fly, isn't it? But you could also make long bolster cushions, pillows, things like that out of a fabric like that. It would also be brilliant for backpacks and bags, because you could just feature one of the strips. Check out this cute one. This is lovely. Oh, how pretty is that? You get that in the bundle, monkeying around. You can. Oh, one of my best friend's daughter, we used to call her the little parrot, because literally everything you said, even when she was tiny, she would just repeat it. She had the most incredible sort of capacity for learning language. She was just amazing. Well, she still is amazing, but she's 20 now. Where does that time go? There's a little sort of faux patchwork, which is gorgeous. Love that too, yeah. Wouldn't that be lovely for making bags? Really nice. Really nice. So you get that as well. This is all in the big bundle. Here's a gorgeous stripe. Isn't that? Yeah, love that. Really nice. Yeah. Yeah. You can see the sort of inspiration there, can't you? Lovely little spot. This looks like it's almost been sort of painted or daubed. Gorgeous. Ah, Morag, just booked my ticket for next Friday now. Can't wait to meet Stuart Hillard. Ah, coming to a little talk. I'm doing a talk on the Friday night. If you want to come along to a talk, you can come along to a talk on Friday night at Shambelly House, Dumfries and Galloway. I should be there. That's lovely too. Gosh, that's gorgeous. That lovely blue. Yeah, that's sensational, isn't it? It's rather like a shirt in that. All available in the bundle. You get ½ metre of each. The panels, you get like, you know, one of the big panel, and then you get the other one with the 6 images. This one, so useful for everybody. Need. It's not a want, it's a need. Sky, always useful in your stash. We've also got really gorgeous sort of silhouette animals. I had to look really closely to see, but isn't that lovely? Sort of outlines of the animals. I'm covered in bits of thread. Little kind of, are they Monstera or Monstera leaves? Just madly picking bits of thread off my jumper. I would wear navy, wouldn't I? Navy jumper. I should know better really, but clearly I don't. And then finally this green, which I just think is fabulous. How gorgeous is that? It's very Tim Holtz to me, isn't it? Very Tim Holtz. So, you know, even in a range which is very clearly, I think, designed with children in mind, there are still fabrics in there which I think, oh no, but that for bag making, and this for my stash generally, and that one I would just have loads of because why wouldn't you? It's great, isn't it? So 2 panels, 9 coordinating ½ meters of fabric. You're saving £7.49. It's £89.90 for that bundle. Now, should we do them individually? Yeah, big panels to start with then. So that largest panel, this is the one that you can just literally layer, quilt, bind, and you're done. And actually, if you don't want to do any of those things, you could even just hem it. You could hem round the edges, put some tabs along the top and hang it up. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's £14.99 for that, can you believe it? And it's really big. Size-wise, it is, well, you're getting 0.9 of a metre, but I'm just wondering, let me just grab the metre stick. Yay! We've got metre sticks coming up, they're back in stock. It's Kat's favourite item. So width-wise on this, no surprise, 90 centimetres, just like it says, okay. And then width-wise, inch-wise, I should say, 90 inches is going to be about just over 35 inches. And then top to toe, let's just have a little look. And the quality of the fabric's gorgeous. It's really like smooth and silky, 100% cotton, of course. Now the actual panel itself, we're talking 45 inches, but from the top of the actual image, I'm just going to go for the image size, 42 inches, so 42 by 35. It's a really good size, isn't it? Fantastic. Have a meter stick. £14.99. And you know, actually I would urge you, just think about having that in your stash for when you just suddenly get a, oh yeah, you know, Trisha and Mick are having a baby, you know, or yeah, the baby's 1 now, or whatever, you know, it seems to come out of nowhere, doesn't it? That I suddenly need a quilt, a baby quilt. Very easy to just layer and quilt that. You don't have to do anything fancy. You could do simple outline quilting just around the group of animals, round the border, and that's you done. Or you could practice your free motion quilting on there. You could mark a big crosshatch, diamond crosshatch, and I would go probably 4 inches wide. So not a lot of quilting. I reckon you could quilt that with a walking foot in an hour and a half tops, and it's done. But don't forget a coordinate to bind it, ½ metre. A message from Nikki. Lovely to see you today, Stuart. You make me smile. Happy Nurses Day to me and all nurses watching today. I didn't realise that, Nikki, but thank you for reminding me. I'm sending out a great big kiss and a love to all the nurses in the world, but in particular all of the nurses who are on Holly Ward looking after my mum at the moment, who is getting so much better. Her physio thinks she's superwoman because she's already up down in her chair, doing her leg exercises, being an absolute trooper. Love you, mum. Keep getting stronger, and I will see you tonight. But yeah, happy Nurses Day to everybody. That is wonderful. Now, our other panel is... Now, I promise you, Stuart said that yours will come correctly. This was cut incorrectly. It was cut as a ½ a metre. This is what it will look like. Oh, hang on, I said 6. You get 9. You get 9 images. Again for £14.99. Wow. Now, what about getting that and doing attic windows, patchwork? Now, what you'd need for that is a light and a dark, green, I would suggest, or blue, to create the window frame around the side. We've got greens and blues coming up, so just a hint, but that is fabulous, isn't it? I love it. There's such a lot of work goes into these. Look at the artwork in there. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. £14.99 for that. Now, let's go super cute. All the animals. They're lovely, aren't they? Really lovely. Oh, I can't bear it. Stop. Oh, Kat, our producer, was singing The Animals Went in 2 by 2. Sorry, that wasn't meant to set you off again. Stop it. Honestly, it's like being back in the nursery. Oh, the zebra. The little elephant. They're all really cute though, aren't they? They've even managed, look, even the crocodile's cute. Got a little smile. Oh, ever so cute, really lovely. Now, what would we make with this? So many different things. Storage boxes and bags, PJ bags. Yeah, dressmaking, of course. What about making a really cute... You make a really cute shirt out of that for a little boy or a little girl, couldn't you? You could also make, I think, an apron. I think an apron would be lovely, an art apron. Oh, now Kat, our producer's come up with a wonderful idea. Dungarees, bucket hat, and then a lovely kind of bright coloured t-shirt or something like that, and socks, and then go exploring. Yeah, that would be great. A little magnifying glass, or a little you can get those little sort of where you look through for insects, can't you? And I think that's a wonderful idea. Go on your very own safari. Oh yeah, backyard safari, or go to the park, or... I love it. I love that idea. How cute. Now then, can we do border stripe, please? This is OX29. Oh, Michelle, thank you. Love getting the updates about your mum. She's doing really well, Maria. Thank you. Now this one, so you're getting ½ a metre, or you're buying it by the ½ metre. Now if you get ½ a metre, this is what you'll get. So you get 4 repeats of that border print. Now think about it this way. One of those repeats, add a bit of piecing, a bit of a border, fab cushion. You could also use that, again with a bit of piecing, to create a rucksack, a sort of shoulder bag, tote bags, things like that would work really well. You could also have those 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, big cornerstones, and then maybe one of the images from the panel, you know, the square images. That would work really well as a nice wall hanging. Now, if you wanted to make more of those, you could just get some more of this. One of these would go around 1 square. So if you want 6, then buy 6 units, 3 meters. That would also do really well for a really big border around a big quilt. So lots of different ideas. You could also put border print, row of piecing, border print, you know, flying geese or something like that, half square triangles, using some of the other coordinates. Really nice. ever so fun. Also as well, the border prints I think are good for creating like a ruffle or a skirt around something like a bed. That looks cute. Right, mini patchwork. This is HX73. Yeah, this works. This just works, doesn't it? This just works. Yeah, really nice. A shirt. Yeah, shirt for Charlie, the director Charlie. Charlie wears some cool shirts, let me tell you. Yeah, a bit tropical today. It's creating a nice tropical vibe. Yes, it's like he's going on his holidays. He's just got back from his holidays. I think he's just wearing a tropical shirt to show off the tan. That's what it is. But gorgeous, nice combo there. Greens, oranges, browns, black and white. Very effective. Don't forget, in our rainbow bundle, you could always pull some fabrics out of that to go with. Nice, like that. We've had a question. It involves maths. We'll do our best, but I think we've proven before we're limited. Hi Stuart, loving the show. I'm new to quilting. How much fabric would I need for the back of the animal quilt, please? Have a lovely day, Claire. Now, Claire, if we're talking about the Moda, Effie's Woods, it's 46 by 59. Now, I would do a horizontal. So you're going to need two. I would say 3 meters. I would say 3 meters. So you can go 1.5, 1.5. Yeah, 3 meters. And a plain cream would look really nice. Ecru cream, something like that. If you're going extra wide backing fabric, of course, then you would still need a meter. You'd need a meter of an extra wide. So 2 units. Have a look on the website. Have a look on the website. Now then, gorgeous stripe. Gorgeous stripe. And again, this is the one I think this would work so beautifully for bag making. And potentially I would just mix that. Yeah. Maybe something like a green, maybe a tan, maybe a black. Yeah, a black PU, that would be nice. We had black PU on yesterday, didn't we? That'd be gorgeous. Well, I think that's gorgeous. And of course, versatile as well. You can use those stripes either way. 749.5 metre. It's cut to order and it's brand new. It's absolutely brand new. It's not going to hang around. It's super cute. Okay, this lovely spotty. This is JB39. Cute, isn't it? Got a lovely sort of, like I say, almost like it's been like thumb printed or, you know, kind of splodged with a paintbrush. I might be inclined to make a painting apron and a beret for artwork. All these fabrics would make a great wigwam play tent. Oh, what a fantastic idea, Pat. I love that. I love that. Yeah, really nice idea. They were all the rage, weren't they? About 6-7 years ago, everyone was. I made a couple of play wigwams. Really fun. Nice for pets too. I could make a wigwam for Mrs. Mills. I've got. It's either Simplicity or McCall's pattern for a cat wigwam. I'll have to dig it out. Fabulous. Pat, look what you've started. This is WQ81. That's stunning as well, isn't it? Again, bag making, dressmaking, shirts. Very, very nice. This isn't, you know, children's print, is it? Working either direction, works on the diagonal as well. I think it would be rather nice for boxes and baskets as well. Like it. Sky, can't go wrong. CG32. Very, very popular on pre-order this. It's just so useful, isn't it? It's one of those fabrics where you just think, well, I just know I'll use it. I just know I will. As an applique background, you know, it's spring, you know, spring flowers, and, you know, or it could be, you know, Christmas stocking where you have some sky and the rooftops, and couldn't you? I mean, you could just use it in so many different ways. Just piece it with other fabrics, a seascape, if you like doing that kind of art quilting as well. A plique on top, so many things you can do. Now this lovely green sort of silhouetted animals, DM26. Again, I love that. It's sort of alternate spotty fabric, isn't it? They're a different kind of spot. And I always say, when you're putting together fabrics, if you want a really easy formula, use a large scale, medium scale, small scale print, something with a spot, something with a stripe or line element. Put those together in a quilt, you'll have movement, you'll have excitement, you'll have different sense of scale and pattern, and then all you've got to think about is colour. Now the last one, this beautiful green, ZH06. Just beautiful. That's something I just want because I just want. Just gorgeous. Now, I mentioned a gorgeous array of blues and greens. Let me just move Janie Crowfoot to one side. Come on, Janie. Let's move you. There we go. Oh, I lost you. Oh, I lost you. Right. This is all the loveliness. Yeah, I just want that, thank you. I just want that. Just want that. Becky, our talk about multi-skilled. Hello. Can we just talk about layout there? Hey? Honestly, you should see some of the layouts I have to work with, Becky. That is top dollar, let me tell you. You get 19 half meters. That's incredible for 68.22. That's like how, you know, when you see like, you know, basic art palette, yeah, like 12 colours, and then you see like proper, like artists' palettes that are like hundreds of pounds, and it's like all the greens, all the blues. This is the fabric equivalent, isn't it? This is like pro-choice, isn't it? This is like the professional's choice. This is like the professional's choice of all of the greens, all of the blues. Just fabulous. You're saving £3.79. Yeah, isn't it gorgeous? You know I always have to arrange fabric into colour order, light to dark, whatever, you know. This has all been done for me. I just love it. I just love that teal, that really dark teal. It's just beautiful. Gorgeous. I think we should do bundles like this more often. I'd love to build my collection so I've got all of the colours. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely lovely. Lots of these go really well actually with that in the beginning range. We've had a message from Carol who says, "Hi Stuart, please can you give me the measurements of the in the beginning jungle panel please?" Love, Carol. The big one, absolutely. So the I measured the dimensions of the actual image, and you've got 90 centimetres by 115. Yeah, let me just grab the ruler again. So the 90 centimetres was just, well, about 35.5 inches in depth, and then width-wise it was, I'm just going to grab it quickly and measure it again. Well, that was the width-wise, wasn't it? It was 35.5 on the width, and then on the depth of it was about 44, I think. I think it was 44. Right, these are very useful, aren't they, these measuring sticks? 42 by 35.5, give or take. Hope that helped. Okay, the wooden meter stick, by the way, is on pre-order. There are the details on screen, right there. There it is. We're going to go for a break now. I'm going to have a little slurp, a cup of tea. Lots of you have been checking out already. Don't forget to keep going through with that. Now, the Agnes top and dress is after the break with Fiona Hesford. Can't wait. It's a brand new launch. See you in a couple of minutes.
my name's Fiona Hesford, also known as Sewgirl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every two months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's really cool to have your company today. We've got a fabulous hour now with the Sewgirl herself. It's Fiona Hesford. Hey! Yeah, I want like a sound effect when I say things like that. You know, I want like crowds cheering.
Yes, or drum roll.
Yeah, drum roll would be good. How are you?
I'm very well.
You're
How are
looking
you?
fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
Love
So are
the new
you.
Agnes dress. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank
It is
you.
beautiful. It's so
Yeah.
versatile.
Yes, it is. I mean, you know, when you sort of make a pattern and then you try on the sample and then you don't really want to take it off and you think that's a good sign.
It's a
This
really
is one of
good
those.
sign.
Yeah, definitely.
I called it earlier on the summer staple because
Yeah.
it's a
It's a
top,
great
it's a
holiday
dress.
wear. Yes.
Really good holiday
Yes,
wear.
it really
Different
is.
sleeves.
2 different types of sleeves, so you can have long or short. The top here has got the short length. I think we got some films as well, haven't we? Which
Oh, we're just checking you out in the garden, Fiona. Check out your bad
we had
self.
a lovely day, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was it last Monday. But, you know, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to do a bit of filming.
Yeah.
So, so you've got 2 different types of sleeve, and also on the dress version, I've shown it with the elasticated cuffs, which is
Yeah.
nice. What else can I say about it? I was talking earlier about some other things that I could do with the pattern, and I thought, well, why not make it a drawstring? So instead
That's
of
a
having
gorgeous
the opening
idea.
for the elastic at the back, you just put it at the front and leave it open at the front, and then you can just make a little tie or have a ribbon and just have it.
Couple
you know,
of
you
beads.
can yes, and you can adjust it however you
Love
like.
that.
Really,
I love
can't you? So I
that.
thought
We're
that's
all
nice.
we're all about elastic at the moment, aren't we? After the sewing
Yeah,
bee
sewing
last
bee.
night, is it sharing? Is it shirring? Is it shirring? What do you say? I don't know.
Sharing.
Shirring.
Sharing. What do you say?
You sure?
I'm sure it's sure.
But what a fabulous day for a fabulous brand new launch. This new pattern, the Agnes top and dress, is brand new and launching. It's making its debut. Now sizes 8 to 22, fantastic size range. And you get the pattern for the top and the dress. You get belted, unbelted, 2 different sleeve lengths, adaptations you can make to the neckline. And we were talking earlier on as well with Fiona about how the choice of fabric is kind of everything, isn't it? But you
yeah.
can make it dressy, you can make it everyday casual.
That's right. I mean, we've got the lovely viscose on the show, but also we've got the viscose linen. So the dress I've made with the viscose linen, the top I've made in pure viscose, but this one I'm wearing is in a sort of light to medium weight cotton, African wax cotton. So you can see that you can change the look. You know, if you make it in cotton, it can be quite great for holiday because it's easy wash, you know, easy wear. You don't
And I
have
think
to
one
iron
of the
it
most
very
important things as well at the moment, Fiona, because so many people are getting inspired by the sewing bee, and a lot of
Yes.
people at this time of year think, no, I'm going to give dressmaking a
Yes.
go.
This
What
is
sort
a
of level are we
This is a
talking?
very easy one. I mean, you know, I think if you made the top first, you probably cut your teeth in it. If you on it, if you were sort of a little bit nervous about, you know, and also you're using less fabric, so you know you can sort of try it out. But the tunic is great if you wear it with leggings. So I think that's a really good way of wearing the tunic length because it's above the knee. So you know, sort of. You know, the more modest amongst us would like to just pop a pair of leggings underneath
Yeah.
for holidays. It's really great. And but the
Perfect.
dress we were saying actually could be worn almost for a wedding because
Yeah.
it's quite dressy, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it just changes its look.
Oh, I'm in
depending
love.
on
I'm in love with
what
the blue
you wear with
version.
it.
Absolutely in love with that blue version. I just
Yes.
think it is so
I have
beautiful.
to say, on the mannequins, doesn't do it justice really. When I put it on, I sort of thought it
Yeah.
does look actually much nicer than that on.
We need a dress change halfway through the show, Fiona.
I think I will.
We can't run to models. I've said it. I'd like to. I'll
Kate Moss-
model.
Kate Moss wasn't available,
Kate Moss
was
wasn't
she?
available.
She wasn't
No.
available, no.
She won't get out of bed for anything less than £50. I hear. I don't know. I don't know what her fees are. Now, the dress pattern is launching today. There we go. Who needs Kate Moss? We've got you. Look at you. Here's the belt. It's just lovely.
Yeah, so you can wear it with the belt or without the belt. You know, without the belt, it almost looks like a smock because actually what inspired me was children's wear. I sometimes go into, I used to buy my daughter clothes and I think, oh, I'd want one of those.
Oh,
Especially
gosh, yeah.
with a bit of an elasticated neck 'cause
Yeah.
it's so sort of comfy.
Yeah.
Originally, this was actually a static neck. You know, and then I thought, why not put elastic in it? Because then it's much more holiday wear every day, isn't it? Less rigid. And you can adjust it. So if you want it a little bit lower, you could just make the elastic a little bit longer, cut a few extra centimeters, and you know it's just like a little bit more relaxed. So
Just Easy to make, easy to wear.
Yes,
I just think that's the
right.
perfect combo for me. Absolutely perfect. It's £17.99 for your pattern, and one pattern covers all the sizes from 8 to 22. So you've got a really good range of sizes there. Now, size guide is on the screen. What I would do is maybe just take a quick screenshot with your phone if you can, and then you can check out, you know, the sort of details, notions, what you'll need. And then we'll really get into demos. Got some gorgeous fabric bundles to go with. Now, where should we start? Yeah, we love this fabric. We love this fabric, yeah. Now, 3.5 meters. 3.5 meters of fabric here. Now, this is an extra wide fabric. This width-wise is... We'll just check out. Oh, it's gorgeous. Look at this. I'm laying it out like I've got an overhead camera and I haven't. Isn't that fab? Really love that.
Lovely drape, isn't it? That one?
Really lovely drape. Now, this is our Moss Mandala printed viscose fabric. You get 3.5 meters. That's enough to make up to the size 22 dress with long sleeves. However, Fiona, that's really more fabric than you need because it's an extra wide.
Well, I think we've gone on the narrower width
112
quantities. So actually, you know, I think you could probably make 2 tops out of that. So that's pretty good value, isn't it?
It's really good value, really good value.
For you and
It's
your
140 centimetres wide. 100% viscose, so actually it's been calculated at 112 wide for the amount, so you do have extra fabric there, which is always a boon. Well, I'm thinking as well, Fiona, you had a gorgeous, really stylish headband that you were wearing this morning,
Yes,
and I'm
you
just
could.
thinking, any extras,
Definitely.
make a headband.
Yes, or a scarf.
Yeah, scarf would be
Nice,
lovely.
yes.
Infinity scarf,
Lovely, yes.
very easy.
I've got a few patterns for those sort of things on my blog, actually. I've got a scarf pattern on one of my patterns.
Perfect. Fiona's blog is absolutely brilliant. If you haven't checked out the Sewgirl blog, you must. Loads of hacks, just discussion around your new patterns as well, what you could do with them.
That's right, yes, like lots of ideas and lots of pictures of them in lots of in different fabrics, so it just kind of shows you, you know, all the sort of variations really. So
Yeah.
and a few hacks as well.
We love it. We love it. Few ideas, and also just talking about fabric, talking about dressmaking.
Yeah.
It's just great, lovely. Find the size guide there for the dress too. Great place to go. Yeah.
My
Yep.
inspiration as well. Who inspires me? You know, that kind of thing, where
I like
their
that.
name came from and silly things like that, really.
Yeah.
Okay,
So where
nice.
does the name Agnes come from?
Well, it comes from Agnes B, who has got a range of shops in Paris. When I lived there, I lived there because I just loved her clothes. And she's just a sort of French designer who's incredibly chic.
Yes.
And I love the name as well. So my daughter's middle name is Agnes.
Ah, fabulous.
So yes, I thought it had to come to my, into my patterns at some point.
Love it,
Yeah.
love it. One of my heroes is currently in Paris, Ina Garten. I just love the
Oh.
Barefoot Contessa. She's a cook and cookery writer,
Oh,
food
right.
writer,
I
and she's
don't
just
know her. I'll
fabulous.
look her
Yeah,
up. I'll
she has an
look her up.
apartment in Paris. Oh.
Oh.
I keep asking for an invite, but so far she hasn't responded.
Invite you to dinner. Okay.
Oh, I'm just bombarding her with messages. Now, this next one is really gorgeous. The price of these bundles is fab, isn't it? $29.99. This has got a gorgeous kind of deep berry background, and then a really lovely floral, almost like a sort of cherry blossom print on it. But it's a really lovely scale because it's an interesting fabric. It's got lovely movement to it, but from a distance it sort of doesn't read as a very patterned fabric. 140 centimetres wide, so again extra wide. You've got 3.5 metres here, which is well over what you need to make the largest size, so getting a great deal there. Super duper, really lovely. Charlie, our director, loves that too. It's quite an aficionado on fabrics. You're using this one for your demo
I'm using
too,
that one,
aren't you?
yes. It's almost like a magenta, that colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I think
it
I have
is.
a really lovely lips. I've got a lovely lipstick in that colour as well. So
Love a
that-
strong lip.
Yeah.
Love a strong lip. Next bundle. is in the black. Oh, this is gorgeous. So same design, but with a black background. I'm thinking work dress, work top.
Yes, that would look lovely as a long dress, wouldn't it?
It would look really lovely.
And a top.
Black opaque tights.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Boots.
Yeah, boots.
Yeah,
gorgeous. Gorgeous. A question from Susan for you. Morning, Stuart and Fiona. Great show as usual. Should viscose fabric be washed before sewing? From Susan in sunny Elgin. Good question. Should we wash?
What do you think,
pre-wash?
Stuart? Personally, I wouldn't.
I'm not a pre-washer.
No, not with viscose. I probably would be with cotton and linen, but with viscose I probably wouldn't bother.
No.
The only tip I would use actually for a viscose is it can be quite slippy. So if you're working on a hard surface, I would definitely put down like a duvet or a blanket just to stop it slipping around when you're cutting. Obviously don't put your scissors through the whatever it is underneath, so make sure it's like an old thing. But that really definitely does help, you know, to stabilise the fabric when you're
Great
cutting
tip.
it out.
Love that, love that. Because otherwise it just slide off onto the floor, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
You're fighting against gravity.
Yes, if you're a beginner, cotton is a better fabric to use, I would say, but viscose is fine. You know, it hangs beautifully. I think that's the beauty of viscose, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's also eco-friendly, you know, because it is based on wood pulp, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Terrific fibre. Yeah, I love it. And easy to sew.
Very breathable. Apparently it's more breathable than cotton. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's much more breathable.
So a great fabric for
More
the summer.
absorbent. Yes, that's right. So it's a great holiday wear. And some people say that if you go on holiday, you put it in the shower, the steam will sort of just drop the creases out. So
anything that gets me out of ironing, Fiona, I'm there.
Oh,
I'm
I like
living
a bit
for
of ironing, me. I love a bit of ironing,
I'll send some over. It's not a problem. You're welcome. So that bundle again, $29.99. Now don't forget you need to get your pattern as well, your Agnes top tunic or dress pattern, $17.99. Now we've got 2 more bundles. Can we do the gorgeous blue? So this is that gorgeous blue. You saw Fiona wearing it in that video. We've also got it on set. I just think this is a gorgeous, really flattering shade of blue. Really flattering shade of blue.
Don't they call that denim, that blue?
I'm not sure, is it? Yes, yes. Denim. Yeah.
It's a bit more cobalt than
I was thinking
denim,
cobalt.
though, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
I was thinking cobalt. I'm just going to lift that up so you can see. Now, this is a linen viscose mix. Absolutely gorgeous. Got a lovely kind of texture to it as well. There you are.
It irons beautifully, that fabric. I was just ironing my samples this morning and I was thinking how well it irons.
Crisp.
Yes, nice.
Lovely. Looks great on you as well, that dress. Really super. Would you always wear it with the belt?
No, the dress you can wear without the belt. In fact, I think do I do a bit of a striptease with the belt? I think I'd sort of whip it off or put it on. But you can see it's sort of more like a cocoon dress, you know, when it's without the belt. It sort of covers all your lumps and bumps, which is great.
Oh, fab. Did I wear one? Love it. Then finally, the final bundle is this beautiful, now colour-wise, grey, yeah. It's
so chic though, that colour, isn't it?
Well, this is the colour I think at the moment. Interiors it's the kind of, it's my neutral of choice right now. It's that kind of almost like a sort of a buff grey, bit more sort of greyish. 130 centimetres wide, so still wider than the 112, which we've calculated 3.5 metres for. So 27% linen, 70% viscose and 3% spandex, so just a little stretch in there, little bit of give. Breathable, light, comfortable. I think that's what it's all about, isn't it? For me, I mean, year-round wear, I want it to be comfortable, easy to wear.
Fabric, that one, yes, really nice, really gives with your body.
Now, Jackie has asked, love the pattern, how much stretch does the fabric have? So
not very much,
not
really,
much. No. I mean, this one here, I'm just going to show you. This is
think it's 3%. isn't it?
Crosswise stretch, yeah, this is crosswise stretch, but that is the sort of stretch I would expect on the bias on cotton fabric. So this is crosswise stretch. Lengthwise stretch, there's really minimal, none at all. So it's just crosswise stretch, and obviously on the bias as well you'll have a bit more stretch. A message from Susan. I've been dressmaking for 60 years and spent frustrating hours chasing fabric round the table. Why have I not thought of that tip? Sue in Beeston. Well, I was thinking the same thing. I haven't been dressmaking anything like that long.
You've
but I
never
was
done that
thinking, why
before.
didn't I think to put fabric on the table?
Yes, it really does.
Yeah, genius tip. It's a genius tip. We love that you're here. Fiona, over to you. Where do we start?
Hello, right. And I hope we're going to mention my lovely workshop from last night, yesterday afternoon
yes, we
as well,
must.
because they're
Tell
all
us about
tuning in
it.
today, I hope. Yes.
Tell us about it. Where were you? What were you doing?
So we did a sew a selfie down the road in Redditch, and we had a lovely bunch of ladies, and here they are on the screen. There's Jo and Sue who hosted it, and I met them at the NEC, and they invited me to come along and do a workshop in their beautiful house, and we had a lovely day yesterday. So I just thought I'd pop those pictures on and show everybody.
Wow,
there we all are with our selfies. Don't they all look great? I know, we had such a great time.
Ladies, you look amazing, and the selfies are terrific, aren't they?
That's right, yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely superb.
There we
so
go.
much fun. Wow. And that's someone's house.
That's her house, yes.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Did I spy a suit of armour on the stairs?
There might have been. It was a boar's head on the wall. Anyway, it really was fabulous. So back to the top.
Yes.
So the first thing I've done is I've joined the back seams together. Now I've if you've got an overlocker with the viscose, that really helps, because viscose can fray a little bit. If you don't, then I would seam the back seams together and then zigzag them together, because if you're zigzagging with one layer of fabric, it tends to chew up the fabric. So if I was you, I would zigzag the two seams together, seam allowances. Now, now I'm going to put the back sleeve. So here's the sleeve part. This is the short sleeve. Obviously I could put a long sleeve on the top if I wanted to. Obviously you need a little bit of extra fabric, and I have put a little bit of text on the pattern to tell you how much extra fabric you need if you're doing the long sleeve version.
Fiona, can I just ask, the dress that you're wearing, that's the long sleeve?
That's the long sleeve.
Can we just see where it sits?
3/4 really. So when you have the gathered, it will gather it up to, you know, halfway between your wrist and your elbow. So I say long sleeve, but it's actually a sort of 3/4 sleeve, really. But it's quite flattering, isn't it? It means, I always say, you can do your washing up with
well,
a
also
sleeve
I
like
also
this.
they look lovely if you wear like a long sleeve top underneath as well, if you want to layer
yes,
and have
that's
a long
right.
sleeve.
You can in winter. That's a really great idea, so thank you. Now with the sleeve, you've got a side armhole. It's a raglan sleeve, by the way, I didn't mention that, but you've got a back and a front to the sleeve, so make sure that you locate, I mean I put a sticker on, but you can notch it. If you notch with viscose, it can get lost a bit sometimes, so I just tend to put a sticker on and right back, and then it's much easier to see.
Do you just use something like masking tape for your
Masking
label?
tape, and
Again,
I
that's a
write on
genius
it.
tip.
Have you not ever used masking tape?
No.
Well, you need to raid your DIY
Writing it down.
tool, and use that, because I mean, and the beauty about masking tape is you can sew over it as well.
Of course you can.
So if you put it, if you pass your stitching over it, it doesn't affect the machine, and you can just rip it off afterwards. It's absolutely fine. So so yes, I use that a lot to just tell me what's going on. Now I'm going to just match up the back. So the back side edge of the back piece and the side edge of the sleeve.
Everyone is loving the new pattern, by the way, Fiona. Over 1/3 of the stock has already been checked out. Well done. Make sure if you are checking out. Remember, the Agnes top tunic or dress, so many different variations, is making its debut. It's the launch today. You're seeing it here first, so make sure you get your pattern. And yeah, absolutely wonderful. I love it.
So there you are. I've got both pieces on there. So the side edges, match them up nicely. Put a couple of pins in. I tend to put a pin in about every hand's width. But you know, if it's a curved edge, you might need a bit more.
Some dressmakers now use clips, don't they? What do you think? Are they helpful, not helpful?
It depends, really. I mean, if you've got quite a few layers together, I would say yes, but I tend to pin things, really. Yes, I mean, I think clips are great for bag making.
Yeah.
But dressmaking don't tend to feature very much on my radar.
No. And when you cut your fabrics out, are you a scissor or rotary cutter, or what's your preferred method?
Well, I always see them using the rotary cutter on the sewing bee, but
Yes.
the problem I have is that I need a white table as a background when I do my photography. So if I've got to constantly take it off and on, so I tend to just cut with scissors. But it's absolutely fine. Do you do rotary cutting? Do you do it?
Only for patchwork and quilting.
Yes.
I would always do scissors for dressmaking. I like the sound.
What,
strange. I just like the sound of scissors cutting through fabric.
Yes.
I think it's lovely. I like the cutting out.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a little malfunction.
You do my
straight
ironing
away.
for me and I'll do your cutting for you. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll send it over to you.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, I've just got a little malfunction straight
No worries.
away.
We'll look at a few different views of the top while you do that.
Right, so I'm just going to sew these side edges together, and then you can come back to me if you like. So.
Okay, no problem. Yep.
Let me just. There we go.
It's a lovely, simple make, this, isn't it? Straightforward. Shaping wise, are we having to do anything like darts or adjustments?
No, there's no darts and there's no facing, so you don't have to buy any interfacing or anything like that. So you
Like
just need a
that.
piece of elastic.
Half
And
inch?
so 1 inch,
1
1
inch.
centimetre, 1 centimetre elastic.
Okay.
And I mean, I was also thinking that if anybody wanted a little bit lower scooped neck, what they could do is once they've put the sleeves on, you could just trim off all the way around the outer edge and then maybe lengthen your neckband a bit, and then you could have a much more scooped neck. So, you know,
lovely.
you could sort of do you could really play around with this pattern.
I mean, it's one of the most brilliant things about your patterns, the adaptability as well, the versatility.
Yes, it's nice to,
you know, gives
sort
you
of think of all
confidence
this.
as well, doesn't it? When you've got, when the pattern itself is friendly. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Beginner friendly, maker friendly.
That's right.
It does make me think more. I would try this. I would adapt this, or add or take away.
That's right.
Now I notice on the dress as well, while you're sewing, it has pockets.
Well, I put the pockets in the dress to try it out, and that's absolutely fine. It looks fine. But you know, sometimes I think if you're going to a wedding or something, I would probably leave the pockets out. It just makes it, you know, you've got that extra fabric there.
Do we get the pattern for pockets?
You get the pattern for the pockets.
Great.
I've written them in for the tunic, but for the dress, I've written it in with the tie belt. So. But if you wanted to add the pockets into the dress, you could absolutely do that, no problem. Now, if you have an overlocker, I would finish off my edges now, or at the end. So I'm just now going to, so there's my back piece, and you can see that I've joined my back edges of my sleeve, and then I'm just, so it's a really easy sleeve insertion. Now I'm going to take the front, lay that with the right side facing me, and then I'm just going to pin the front edge of the side edge of the sleeve to the front. So it's exactly the same, but it's just the other way around, so it's the back side, the front side rather. So pin that on.
Just had a nice message actually, I just wanted to read you. Loving the tips. As a beginner, this is from Michelle who's in Greater London, very helpful. Is this pattern good for confident beginners? I've mainly made bags, cushions, etc. So I'm new to dressmaking. It's a really good question, Michelle.
This is such an easy one, Michelle, really. I mean, but if I think it, like I said, if you're a beginner, I probably would use a cotton. You know, because or the linen is much.
Lightweight denim?
Yes. Or lightweight denim, that'd be great. Or the fabric that we've got with the linen viscose is also good.
Yes, the blue or the grey. Well, this colour is denim, so this would be a great choice actually, Michelle. Why don't you go for the Agnes pattern and then the blue viscose linen mix, because it has only got that little bit of crosswise stretch, but feels very stable, looks beautiful made up. I think that's such a flattering colour as well. And it's forgiving. It's a forgiving pattern.
Well, I think with the viscose, it's lovely. It just needs a bit of lightness of touch. You know, if you're a beginner, but if you've worked with fabrics like this before, I'd say go for it, because the end result is stunning. The drape is just lovely. So, but definitely, you know, you can use all sorts of fabrics with it. And denim is another, lightweight denim is another good fabric you could use.
Or enzyme washed linen.
Enzyme washed linen. Yes, it wants to be quite lightweight. Yes, I mean not anything too bulky.
Not heavy.
Yes. So chambray, you know, that kind of thing would be lovely.
Well, see, now you've set my mind off thinking, and I'm thinking just a really lightweight stretch velvet.
Yeah.
Is that too out
and even
there?
jersey actually would be good.
Yeah?
Yes, even a jersey fabric.
I could just imagine a really deep sort of mulberry for in the autumn winter.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
With the gathered sleeve as well.
Gosh, Stuart, yes,
Do you know
absolutely.
what I mean? Are
That
you
would
seeing
be
it
lovely.
now?
Yes, I am.
Do you know, I'm still completely fangirling over the fact that you made a sweater for Sade, actually.
That was a very long time ago.
Well, it's still impressing me. I don't know if you heard in the VT, you used to be a knitwear designer.
I did, yes.
And designed for Sade, the
That's
pop
right.
star.
Well, I didn't design for her, I just designed one jumper for her. I wasn't her regular designer or anything, much as I'd like to have been. But I did go to her concert wearing a dress with a bustle at the Royal Albert Hall, and we went to her party afterwards, which is, I'm really
Check
sort of
you
going
out.
back. And I had this dress which was like velvet with a very bustier and a bustle, and I loved the concert and the music so much. I got up in the aisles and I was dancing, and my friends who were higher up in the concert going, "Oh my God, that's Fiona down there dancing in the aisles."
Look at her bustle.
And when, of course, when I got up and started dancing, everyone else got up, so it sort of made
That's
it really
awesome.
fun. Yeah. So
You started the
I
party.
do have a little bit of like, you know, there's no holding me down.
History.
Yes, there's no holding me back.
I love it. Oh, gorgeous. So many of you going for this brand new pattern. Well done if you've already checked yours out. Remember the Agnes top, tunic or dress, short sleeve, 3/4 length sleeve, adapt the neckline. Now our 3.5 metre bundles that we have on the show are plenty for the largest size dress, with pockets, with the longer length sleeve, with the belt. You've everything you need. There'll be leftover fabrics as well if you want to make something like a little matching scarf or a headband as well. The price is phenomenal, isn't it? $29.99 to have all the fabric that you need, and no interfacing required, no zips, no buttons, just need a bit of elastic, 3/8 of an inch wide elastic, no darts to sew, simple construction. I think this
Simple
is a brilliant
raglan sleeve,
really
yeah,
simple.
so really simple. So you can see now that that's kind of coming together. I've got my sleeves on. See how quick that was, and you can see how it's going to sort of drape. This is just such a gorgeous colour, isn't it? I love it.
I love it. I love it.
The other thing is, you might, if you are say size 12 and you're quite tall, just look at the length it is, because you might want to if you're doing the top, you might want to lengthen it a bit, because each size line is 1 centimetre longer. And of course, you know, if you're tall but you're slim, then you might want to have it a little bit longer. So just check that out first.
Can I ask, just for all the beginners out there, if we want to lengthen the top,
Yes.
where should we cut the pattern?
Right.
Where do we lengthen, or do we literally just add extra length to the bottom?
Well, I mean, sometimes I'm a bit lazy and I just do add it on the end, but I think the best way is to find a line, is to draw a line across the pattern. I mean, I haven't put lengthen lines on this pattern. Normally I do, but the reason I didn't on this was because I just thought it's got 3 lengths already. It could look a bit complicated. So I just thought if you draw a line in between the armhole and the lower edge,
like halfway between.
Yes, and then if you want to add on 2 centimetres, just cut across the line and then move them apart 2 centimetres and then put a piece of paper underneath and stick it down, and do the same with the front and the back. So that's really very easy.
It's the simplest adjustment you can do on a pattern, isn't it?
But to be honest, it is quite straight lines, so if you just carry it on and just do the little kink at the edge,
Fab.
You'll still be all right. So you know,
Well, your
it's very
patterns are
obvious.
easy to adapt because you spend such a long time, such a lot of hard work creating the patterns in the
Such a
first
long
place.
time.
We were talking about this at the
Yes.
start of the show. You were telling me, weren't you? It's a
Yes.
huge amount of development work.
Yes, it is. Yes, lots and lots of samples, lots of trying on, lots of changing last minute. You know, lots of thinking up other ways. But it's a labour of love, and like I said, you know, as soon as I finish one, I want to do another one.
Exactly.
So
Well,
it's
we
like
get the
having a
benefits,
baby.
Fiona. We get the benefits because
Yes.
we get patterns from you which are simple to make, easy to wear, which I think is so important, easy to construct, easy to wear, adaptable, versatile. And I love the fact that everything I've seen that you make, you can wear it over things, under things, you can layer, you can winter,
right.
summer, really change up the look. I
Yes.
love the fact that you use really bold prints sometimes, plains another.
I like to
Just
see it in
gorgeous.
different variety of fabrics. I think because it does change the look dramatically, doesn't it?
Totally.
Now
totally.
I'm pressing the seams towards. By the way, actually, can I say to everybody who came to see me at the NEC how lovely it was to meet you all.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it just made my show. And seeing you, I'm not going to mention any names. They won't want me to. But it was just lovely. And I'm going to be back in June. So I hopefully you come back and see me again.
Fantastic,
With something you've made as
definitely.
well, which would be lovely. But anyway, so I'm ironing now. Obviously, I'll take a bit more time if I had more time. And I would overlock or I would zigzag those edges.
So overlock
together.
them when they're open, single layer.
Well, I would no, I would overlock those together.
Together.
Yes, definitely, and then just press them towards the sleeve.
Now, a little message for you, Fiona. For me, dressmaking is a nightmare, as massive alterations are needed for my body shape. This pattern could make things much easier. Fab, thanks, Moya. I think that's a brilliant. That's a brilliant message, isn't it?
That's right. Yes. Now I'm going to put the neckband on now. So you know we're sort of really steaming ahead. The neckband. I've got 2 methods in the pattern. Now the one method is if you've got an overlocker. It's the easy method, right? So if you've got an overlocker, you just literally. If I just put that on there and show you, it's where you've got your band. You've joined it at the short edges, and then you, oops, I can't seem to get those open. And then you fold over so that the raw edges are together, and then you treat that as one band and you pin that to the raw edge of the neck all the way round. Now, if you haven't got an overlocker, and especially if you're working with viscose, you might like to do the other method, which is where you have your bands, and I think I might do this on the show, this one.
Okay, cool.
So you're joining it at the short edges, so I'm going to do that in a minute. And then you'll fold, and it's quite a good idea to do this before you join it at the sides. It's just fold over the seam allowance on one edge. And so it's a bit like a binding, a binding edge.
Oh yeah.
This is not cut on the cross, by the way, it's just a straight piece. And then let's join it at the short edges, and then we can pin it to
Fab.
the neck.
We do
So-
have overlockers actually, and a lot of us do buy our overlocker during sewing bee season, don't we? We see other people using them and think, oh come on, now's the time to do it. The one that we love to show off, especially here on Sewing Street, is the Elna Air threading overlocker, because I don't know about you, Fiona, but it's one headache I can do without threading
Yeah,
an
it would save you lots
overlocker.
of time, wouldn't it, Stuart?
Yeah. Details are on screen. Have a look on the website. Lots of demonstrations if you want to watch back. But you know, it's that once you've got it threaded, the rest is pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I think in the pattern, what I suggest to do is to press, and I'm probably going to just leave this bit out, is to press your seam allowances open, like so, top stitch down either side, and then trim it down. So I'm going to leave the top stitch bit out, but and then trim it down to about half a centimetre, which is about 1/4 of an inch. So you're just trimming down either side, and this is really so that it doesn't interfere with the elastic. Because you know, when you can feed the elastic through, it can sometimes get stuck under the seam allowance. So it's really to avoid that. So here I go. I've got my one edge folded, and so give that a little press all the way around again. But as I said, it's much easier to do it before you join it, and then bring your top back, and you're going to start at the back seam. So locate the centre back seam. Where is it? There we go. And then put the right side to the right side.
So you're matching seam to seam.
Seam to seam. And then we put our pin there. And we're going to just, it might be better if I turn it the other way out. And then pin it all the way round. Now, the best idea, sorry I've missed out this bit, is to find the centre point. So just fold it in half, give it a pinch. You've probably got a crease there already, there it is. And then find the centre of your front. Where is it? I'm all fingers and thumbs today. Woo! Hang on, I haven't, there we go.
We've got loads of time. It's fine. Oh, it's great though, isn't it? It's lovely to have a garment that you can make in a short amount of time that still looks beautiful.
The top is quite a quick make, I have to say. Oh, it's fallen out. There you go. Did you enjoy the sewing bee last night?
I didn't get to watch it last night.
Oh.
No, I had the opportunity to go out with a very dear friend for dinner. So and I needed a bit of a laugh.
I think in your case, Stuart, it's been there, done that, isn't it? Really.
I do sometimes actually find it quite stressful
Is it?
to watch the sewing bee. I kind of
relive
worked
it
through
all, do you?
It's PTSD, I think. Just that sort of, when they walk in, it's the sight of the mannequins, or even worse, when they have the live models. And my heart starts really beating fast.
Really?
But I'm rooting for everyone. But it was actually less stressful being there doing it, because you know, it all just kicks in and you just do it. And you're in your happy place anyway, because you've got your sewing machine and fabrics.
Yes.
And you sort of forget that it's a competition.
Yes.
And you just have quite a nice time until about the last half hour, and then there's a kind of a klaxon. It's like,
oh, is there?
Not really, no, but in your head, you know, you think, oops,
yes.
I really shouldn't have dollied about quite so much in the first 3 hours.
That's right. It just whizzes by, I suppose, doesn't it?
Do you like to watch the sewing bee?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's the highlight of my year, I think.
Yeah.
Like the Eurovision. I'm waiting for that to come on.
Yes.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm getting all a bit twisted.
Do you always sort
here.
of pick out the winner? Can you spot who you think's going to...
Well, I can pick out the loser. It's usually... we all know who that's going to be. Well, I should be a bit more optimistic, really.
Well, it's usually the one that looks into camera and says, I'm feeling really confident this week. I think I might get Garment of the Week for this. You think, going home. Going home.
Oh, you mean? I thought you meant with the Eurovision.
No, with Sewing Bee.
Sorry. Oh, well, that sounded a bit.
Real, no, we can all spot the loser, can't we? On Eurovision.
It's Britain.
It's usually the one I want to buy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh. I like the cheesiest, sort of weirdest ones, Fiona, I'm afraid, on Eurovision.
Do you?
Yes, I'm always rooting for the weirdest song. Yeah.
They don't have so many sort of like weird kind of instruments and sort of folky songs as they used to. It used to be quite cheesy, didn't it? Whereas it's all got very serious now.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
sorry, I got in a bit of a tangle there because I didn't turn it properly round the right way. So
No worries.
I got all in a bit of a knot. So
Are you
now
back in the zone?
I'm back in now.
Fab.
So.
Message from Jeanette, who says, lovely to see Fiona on the show today. Isn't it wonderful to have Sewgirl back in the studio? Love her patterns. Met her at the NEC where I introduced her brand to my sister, who is now also a fan. See you in June.
Oh. Who was that? What was their
That
name?
was from Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Jeanette. That was really sweet.
Spreading the word.
Yes, I mean, it gives you confidence. You know, when you're in your own sort of studio, you do wonder sort of whether people are, you know, how they're getting on. And
It's
so
true.
it's always lovely to know that, you know, people are, you know, enjoying my patterns.
Exactly. You
That's all the point of
know that you love what you've created. But you don't know, do you, till it sort of goes out into the world and then you've done it.
That's right. I mean, I just design for myself, really. I
Yeah.
just think if I would wear that, then someone else might, you know, like to. So, I mean, that's the only thing I can go on, really.
Yeah. Totally
I
agree.
I don't sort of treat it as anything like, oh, people will like this. I just think, well, I would like this,
Yeah.
and that's all I go on.
Absolutely.
Right,
Absolutely.
so I've got that pinned on. Now, if you feel a bit more confident, I mean, if you feel less confident, you could hand tack it all the way round. But, you know, it's just as easy to sew it on. Or,
Lisa's
you know.
asked a good question at this point, actually, Fiona. Would the neck work without elastic, as I prefer a much more open neckline? Loving the demos.
Well, I said that you could actually just put a drawstring in, so you can adjust it, or even elastic that's not as, you know, a little bit longer, and that would actually relax this much more, you know, and it would sort of be a little bit more on the shoulder.
Yeah.
So
If you didn't put the elastic in at all, would it just be too wide?
I think it does this sort of weird thing. It sort of kind of goes up in peaks at the front. So I don't think that, and it would just literally fall off your shoulders. You wouldn't need something. But what I mean is if you had a drawstring, you could adjust it. You could, one day you could have it tight and the next day you could have it loose. You know, you could sort of adjust it to your needs.
So to do that, you just centre back seam, have it at the front.
So you, instead of, and I've talked about it on my blog, and basically it's where instead of putting the neckband, matching it up to the centre back seam, you match it up to the centre front point, and then you leave the little bit open at the front seam for feeding in your tie or ribbon or whatever. So
I love that idea. And then when you feel a bit more like kind of drawing it up, you can. When you want to leave it looser, you can do that too. Hope that helps, Michelle. I think that sounds like a lovely option.
I think without anything, it just literally wouldn't.
Sure.
You'd.
It'd be round
your ankles, basically. So I'm not sure that's a great look. Do you? No.
Don't do that. Although I do like a quick on, quick off, you know, outfit.
Yeah, that's
you know,
yeah.
Especially if I'm going to the gym.
Yeah.
I like easy on, easy off.
Well, this is good. This is great for that, isn't it?
Oh, Sue's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and Fiona, I've just ordered my pattern and fabric. Oh, which colour did you go for, Sue? Was it the blue? Was it the blossom print? I'm just halfway through putting the Lottie jacket together. My second one I've made. Love, Sue.
Now, that wouldn't be Sue Pryor, would it?
No.
No.
No, it's a different Sue.
Sue. Oh,
Big
thank
fan
you.
club. Fiona, big fan club.
Yes. That Lottie jacket, you know, I think it's nice, that one. You can make it as a coat or a jacket. It's really...
I love it when people, you know, make more than one of anything.
Yes, that's always a good sign,
It's a great sign. Now, your favourite bundle is our favourite bundle. It's this gorgeous moss green mandala, which I just think
Oh, is that
has
the favourite
got...
one?
Yeah,
Is that the oh, wow,
yeah.
that's amazing.
It's just got that great summer vibe, hasn't it? Well, summer into early autumn as well, I think, because that moss green, you know, I think this would be gorgeous at work. This very much reminds me actually of a deputy head teacher I used to wear, Jo, who I could totally see in this fabric and in the Agnes dress.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you see a fabric and you just think
of somebody.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I know what you
but
mean.
just beautiful. Bundles left, how many have we got?
What
just
colour hair
6
did she have
bundles.
actually? Just
She
as a matter of
was
interest. Was she kind of like blonde?
brunette.
Right.
No,
Oh, really?
not super dark brunette.
No.
So quite a lot of like amber tones in her hair,
okay.
and olive skinned,
Yeah.
and and she always, gosh, every day she looked fabulous. And I used to think, wow, and she's amazing at her job. She's now the head teacher actually. She's the head
Oh,
teacher
is
at the school.
she?
Yeah, yeah. Terrific. Loved working with her.
Oh. So did you work in a school then?
I was a teacher.
No.
I was a primary school teacher.
Oh, I have no idea.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, I can see
Good
you.
morning, Mr. Hiller. Yeah, oh, I loved my teaching years. Yeah, in Birmingham mostly.
Oh, wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, oh no, I
Good for
loved it. I
you.
loved
Do you
it.
miss it then? Do you miss the kids?
I miss the kids. I
Yes.
do miss the kids. I do, and it was fun. And I trained in juniors actually. I trained to teach 7 to 11-year-olds. But the third year of teaching, I was asked to teach year 1.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, that sounds like fun. Why not? And I had the joy actually, and it was very lucky for me, of working side by side with a very experienced year 1 teacher. And we
Right.
had double doors between our 2 classrooms that we used to open up. So I learnt a huge amount from her, Lisa. Because otherwise, I mean, I went in there, you know, day 1, I thought, oh, we'll do painting on day 1, September, you know, I'll get everyone to paint themselves.
Yes.
So in the lunch break, I'd set up every single table in my classroom with all the paints, all the brushes, everything for everyone to paint at once. And she came and she went, oh no, you definitely don't want 30 5-year-olds all painting at the same time.
No, you know what's
Rookie error, day
You
1.
know your limitations after a while, don't you? You learn.
learnt, I
Yes.
learnt.
No, I'm going to have to sort of put that. Now, I'm just going to go back to this one. Do you remember that there's one that you can do that's if you've got an overlocker? So basically, it would look like that rather than like that. So I don't know if you can see that. Let me move over. And then, so you would join the 2 edges at the same time. You'd sew all the way round just once, and then you would overlock all the way round, flip it up, and then press it, and then top stitch, and then it's done. Now with this one, we've just stitched it at the raw edge, so we matched up the raw edges to the band and the neck edge all the way round, and then we're going to press it upwards. So let me just see if I can do that.
Oh, I see. So you've got that neatened edge still unsewn.
Yes. Now try not to iron out your pleats. Let me just see if I can do it the other way round. That might be, there we are, that's a bit better. It's just it's slipping off the table as I'm doing it. There we go.
Oh, hello. Laura's got in touch to say good morning from Costa Rica.
What?
Hey.
What an
nice.
international audience we have
Yeah.
here. I
Oh,
wonder if anyone else is
Laura.
somewhere like that.
Feeling a little bit jealous. Sue's got in touch too. Sue's got back in touch to say she's bought the black and the red bundles. Look what just come. Now, Kat, this is a little bit out there for me. It's great value. Kat, our producer, a little bit out there for me, but see what you think. Said I would actually make the Agnes top and do 1/2 in the red, 1/2 in the black.
Really?
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
no.
You could do the
says
sleeves.
no.
You could do the sleeves in the black and the red in the front.
This is a
or the other way
directive, Kat.
round.
You can do the sleeves in
Yeah,
one,
do
but
the
not.
sleeves, love.
You could do the belt in a different colour though, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
Just
yes.
a solid or something like that.
Yes, I mean, if you don't want to make the tie belt, then you could just use a belt that you know.
Yeah.
Like a
Hey, at the end
leather
of the
belt.
day, when we dressmake, we can do it our way, can't we? So,
Yes.
Kat, if you want to do it half and half, go for it.
You do what you like,
Yeah.
love. You do that.
It's not what you said a
Bless
minute
her.
ago. No.
No, but I said do the sleeves, you know, because otherwise you've got a seam down the front. I mean, you've got a seam down the back anyway, so you could do one in each.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just a quick word about the tie belt. If you don't mind having a joint, I mean, the tie belt piece is actually one continuous, it's a very long piece that goes all the way down the side of the fabric when you're cutting it out. But if you don't want to, if you don't mind having a join in your tie belt, and you could join it like you do a piece of binding, like at a diagonal, then you can save quite a bit of fabric, so you almost like half a metre. And I do talk about it in the pattern. So, and I've given you a different lay plan for if you want to do a belt, if you want to do a certain width, if you've got a certain width fabric, but you want to have the belt on the side.
That's
so
great.
You can save about half a metre of fabric. So you know that if you've only got so much fabric, you know you
I'd
could
put a seam in to save half a metre,
yeah,
for sure.
you know, if you've only got that much left.
Great.
Or
Got about 6 minutes left, Fiona.
right. So now what I'm doing is I'm pressing over that folded edge all the way round, and then popping some pins in as I go. Now you want to make sure that the folded edge covers that line of stitching that the seam line. So just covers it all the way round.
So it really is like doing a binding. It's
It
just
is,
yes,
just
perfect.
like it.
See, if you've never done dressmaking before, but you've maybe done a bit of quilting, bit of home dec, be confident that you've already got loads of skills that you need. There's loads of transferable skills. I mean, I've told the story before, Fiona, but when I went on Sewing Bee, I'd made a pair of pyjama bottoms. That was the only dressmaking I had done, because it wasn't ever meant to be a dressmaking competition. It was meant to be home sewing.
Really?
So curtains, cushions, quilts, bags.
But they don't do anything
bit of
like that on the
dressmaking.
show, do they?
No.
It's all dressmaking.
But if you... Did you watch the first series?
Yes, I did.
I don't know if you remember, but they had these little funny, now we're going to show you how to make this, and it was about 90 seconds
right,
long.
yes.
And they showed how to do things like make a pair of curtains.
Yes,
so that was
that's right.
already in
Yes.
the original plan when we
Yes,
were going
that
to be
was good,
doing things
that,
like
yes.
that. So they kept them, but we didn't do those things. So I went in as a, well, I'm not a dressmaker, but I do all the other things. And they were like,
Yes.
oh, fine, you know, some
Yes.
people won't have ever recovered a chair before.
No.
And then about 10 days before, they go, but I went in and thought, well, you know what? I've got some transferable skills
Yes, you're
and a
just
winning
go with
smile
it. Yes.
and cheek. Let's see how I can do, you know. And I just,
Yes. Do you know, I remember a bag you did. Did it have a
Christmas
flap?
special.
No, did
That
it
was
have
on
a
the Christmas
plique on
special.
it?
No, I did the skirt with the tulip pockets. The bag I did was on the
Right.
Christmas special, and that was like a sort of grey wool tweed, like a
Okay.
messenger bag.
Right. I do remember a lovely applique bag.
Oh, there
Got
was
you.
some embroidered handbags in the final. I wasn't there for that.
How did it feel though to be sort of like, you know, voted off? I always look at them as Strictly Come Dancing, and my feel was it? Were you
The
gutted?
thing was, no, I wasn't.
Slightly relieved, maybe.
It was, you know what, I felt incredibly lucky, and I felt like I'd pulled something off to get to the semi-final, going in having made pyjama bottoms. I felt like it was
Yes.
quite a coup to get that far.
Yes.
I thought it would have been criminal really and a shame if the 3 finalists weren't all experienced dressmakers. If I
True.
kind of managed to bag my
Yes.
way into that, do you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
And I absolutely loved and love Lauren and Sandra and
Yes.
Anne, who were the finalists, and they were the worthy finalists, you know.
Yes, yes.
So no,
they
I wasn't
were.
gutted at all. And to be
No.
honest with you, I was just grateful to go home and have a good night's kip and not have to
be
worry about what I was going to.
stress-free.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So do you keep in touch with people that you were on the show with? Are you best
do.
buddies? Oh.
Well, you know, and we see each other at things like shows as well.
Yeah.
I'm always bumping into Lauren, and of course she's in Birmingham
Yeah,
anyway.
she is, yes.
Yeah, and I sometimes see Anne at Festival of Quilts, who
Right.
won, of course.
Yes.
So yeah, and I love to kind
Lovely.
of, we keep in touch on Facebook as well as
Yes.
that, you know, of course.
Yes. No, it's a
Yeah.
fantastic programme. I love it. But I just wish they put more bags on. Because I love bags. And I
Yeah.
think, well, why don't they do that?
Yeah, if they do that, I'm going to reapply.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go back on.
So here we are. You see, I've pinned it on all the way round. That didn't take long, did it? Let's just pop that out of the way. And then I haven't got really loads of time left, have I? So
Do it, go
you
for
can,
it.
What
we
I
having
call-
extra time? We can have a bit of extra time if you
Right,
want.
so we can stitch in the ditch all the way round. Now, what you have to make sure that you do is that your stitching is going to connect your binding at the back. Okay. Now, the stitching in the ditch, yeah, you could, if you wanted to, stitch a little bit into the neckband. But remember, you've got a 1 centimetre piece of elastic that's got to go through there. So don't make that channel too small, because it's got to fit the elastic. So that's why stitching the ditch is good. And if you've pinned it so that your folded edge has covered the stitching on the back, you should be okay. If not, just quickly hand tack it all the way around, and that should sort of secure it. If you know your tacking is holding it, then you know your stitching will.
Perfect.
So shall I stitch round it, or
please.
shall I?
I
could just sort of move forward with the side seam as well, and then we can see it all done.
I just wanted to let you know at home, green bundle has now sold out. Well done if you got yours. We do have availability on everything else, but it is very, very limited. And also do remember to check out your basket with your pattern. Over half the stock of the pattern has now gone. Brand new launch today. Can I pose a question to you while you're sewing, please, Fiona?
Yes, go ahead.
Sue asks, hi, on last night's sewing bee in the Made to Measure challenge, there was a 2-piece in floaty fabric, which I thought was the best, but she was criticised for a pulled seam on the leg. How did that happen, and how would you prevent it?
Pulled seam on the leg.
Was it maybe like a bit of a pucker along the side seam?
Was. I think that's pressing.
Pressing
maybe
issue.
Maybe your tension's a bit too tight as well. You know, sometimes when you're stitching, you might need to like loosen the stitch length, and that kind of flattens the seam a bit more, but I think it's really all in the pressing. Yeah. And I think probably it's just the time that they had, you know, they were always rushing, weren't they? So the pressing probably got left out a bit.
And we should never underestimate that, is it? It's the
pressing
accurate
is so
cutting,
important.
pinning, pressing.
Yes. And side seams, it's always going to show, isn't it? Especially in some trousers.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Do you know, I feel so blessed this morning. I feel like we've all got a bit of a masterclass in dressmaking. Loads of wonderful tips, Fiona.
We've had a few tips.
Fabulous.
Thick and fast.
Thick and fast.
Now, I'm not stitching in the ditch actually, because I just for quickness and time saving, and so I do the job properly. I'm doing it on the wrong side. Now, feel free to do that if you want to, but remember you can't really see what's going on the other side. But if you've got a good thread match, then actually you should be fine. Let's just have a look. Yes, you see, if you're stitching in the ditch, then you're not going to see that stitching quite so much. But I'm just doing this so that I don't miss anything on the back. Because ideally, I think if you hand tacked it in, you'd make a lot better job.
I love your ring, Fiona.
Yeah, so
gorgeous.
Yes, I'm very into silver rings at the moment. I've got quite a collection, but it's always the same ones that come out. I'm afraid my wedding ring got too tight for me. My mum always says, "Why don't you wear your wedding ring?" I think she thinks we're getting divorced or something, but we're not. I said, "I don't need a ring to sort of show I'm married." But anyway. It got too small for me, so I just popped it off, and then I sort of got more into this sort of jewellery, really more decorative jewellery. I'll just say thank you to my lovely husband, who's been looking after me over the last few days. He's been driving me here and sitting around endlessly waiting for me. So he's been an absolute...
currently in the green room, isn't he?
Yes, he's been an absolute gem.
Aww.
If anybody's in Manchester this weekend, he's actually doing the Manchester Print Fair at the Cathedral. So go down and say hello, and say, "Oh, you must be Sewgirl's husband."
I love it.
His name's
love
Marco.
it. Is your husband a printmaker then?
He is. He's a fine art printmaker.
Oh,
yes, so he's
fantastic.
very, very talented. Now, have we got a stitch ripper? Because I forgot to bring mine on the show.
Yes, we do. May I just walk past you and I'll grab it for you?
What we want to do now, so I've stitched it all the way round, and what we want to do now is to just stitch rip it a little bit on the inside back seam. So thank you, Stuart.
I knew I'd come in useful today.
Thank you. You really are invaluable. It has to be said. Now, so we're stitch ripping. So we just literally nick one of the stitches on the inside back seam. Don't be careful not to rip your actual fabric. And we're going to sew that up afterwards. So once it's open, there we go. And just pull it apart. You only need to stitch it one stitch. Don't do any more, because then all you need is enough space to just pop your elastic in. And then you're just going to put your safety pin on the end of your elastic. Actually, I think I'm going to do that so that it sits there like that. That might make it go in a bit better. And then feed it all the way around. Now, what I tend to do is, you've got the dimensions of the elastic length on the pattern, but I tend to cut a bit extra. So add on 5 centimetres or a bit more, because you can always try it on, just safety pin it together at the back, try it on and adjust it, you know, to your requirements. You know, some people might like it a little bit lower, some a bit higher, you know, it's up to you. And if you're doing the drawstring, as I said, just nick it at the front and feed your tie in, and then you just make sure the stitching doesn't come undone any more than that. So, and there you have it. You see, you're sort of feeding it through, and then
I'm always slightly envious. I must just share. I'm slightly envious. There's some beautiful patterns for women's wear, which is comfortable, easy to wear, casual, but still looks gorgeous. I can wear a t-shirt. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Yes, you don't.
I can have a shirt, or I can have a t-shirt, and that's it.
Yes.
I'm just going to plant that seed. It's a request, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I think men in jackets with t-shirts underneath. My husband always looks great with a sort of utility jacket, and then he just has this kind of little stripy t-shirt on underneath, and I always think, oh, I wish I could look like that. That's so, you know.
I've got a friend, Tim, who's exactly the same. He just pop on a little striped t-shirt, little
chic,
blazer and jeans, and looks amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And pumps and...
I don't have that gene, I'm afraid.
No, Stuart, of course you do.
I have to try really hard. A question from Sylvia. If you did a drawstring, would a keyhole opening at the neck work?
Yes, you'd have to cut a little facing piece, like a little curved rectangle, and stitch it on the front with the right sides together. And you could then, when you've got your drawstring, you've got a little bit of an opening there.
Little
In fact,
here.
that's actually something I wouldn't mind adding on to my blog, because I think that could make a nice addition.
It is a lovely addition,
Yes.
isn't it?
And it's a very simple piece that you can just stitch on.
Great. Hey.
Or you could even have the elastic and then a little bit opening there, and then a tie that you fit into the facing. And so you're tying it together, but it's still got the elastic. So you've got
You're
the best
already
of both
thinking
worlds.
of the next pattern, aren't you?
Right, I'm there. So I'm all the way round, and you pull the... I mean, I've got quite a lot of elastic here. I just literally took a metre because I didn't... because I wanted to show you that, you know, you can adjust it. Ease the gathers all the way round. So you just literally pull it so that it's evenly spaced. Then you just have to keep sort of stretching it and pulling it so that the elastic goes in. And there you're sort of getting the beginnings of your top. You know, obviously you want as many gathers at the back as the front. So...
And am I right in thinking you'd do exactly the same if you wanted to elasticate the 3/4 length sleeve?
Exactly the same way, yes. You just feed it into the hem, and then it's just a case of putting the front and the back together, like so. So you're pinning it at the bottom edge, side, and the side edges all together, the raw edges, and underneath the arm. Pin that together, match up your underarm seam. And you sew. Have we got time to sew that together, or are we coming to?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. So we pin that there. Pin that there. Don't think I've ever finished a garment on this show in an hour. So, but I'm getting close, aren't I? So,
Yeah. Well, it's testament to the ease of construction of the Agnes top, isn't it? I think in part, you know, so great one if you, and not just beginners, if you're short of time, you love dressmaking, but you just don't have loads of time.
Right. Yes.
You know, my lovely friend Carrie, you know, it's a stolen half hour once, you know, she's finished work for the day, sorted out her lovely girls and got them sorted and tucked into bed. She steals a half hour, you know, for her dressmaking. So she's mastered the art of speedy everything.
Wow, yes. I mean, it's not easy, is it, when you've got kids, to sort of find some time for yourself, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, but goats and sheep are enough of a tie. My goodness, they take some looking after.
Have you got goats and sheep?
Certainly have.
Oh, for goodness sake, Stuart.
Certainly have. Love the goats and the sheep.
What a man.
We've got about, well, Charlie, my husband, looks after them mostly, but we've got, I think it's 32, 33 Welsh mountain sheep.
Wow.
And we've got, I'm going to say 19 goats.
Wow. Do you get the hair, the fur, what's it called? Hair,
Fleece.
fur, fleece.
Fleece.
Yes, and
From
you
the
make
sheep.
yarns from them, do you?
Not really, no, because they're mountain sheep, their fleece is very coarse. You might use it for carpet, but you wouldn't want to wear it.
No, probably not, yes.
I'm not going to be bringing out a range of knitting yarns from the sheep.
So there's one, and then we do the other. Should we do the? Now you can see here that you've got a little on the sleeve. You've got a slight little kink, haven't you? And that's basically. Here we are. If I put it down on the table, you can see it. Can you see it? Sort of goes down and then out again. And that's so that when you fold it back, you can, it fits, there's no puckering, you shouldn't have any puckering.
Perfect.
Now, if you've got an overlocker, you could just fold over your hem on your sleeve edge once, and I do that a lot because it's a lot flatter. But if you want to have a nice, maybe just a little bit more neat, a little bit neater, or you haven't got an overlocker, just fold over a minimum hem, 1/4 inch or 1/2 centimetre, and fold it over and then fold it over again. Obviously give it a press, pin, and then stitch around. So that's your nice neat hem on your edge. Just a quick word about, what was I going to say? Oh yes, the bottom edge. If you want to really keep your bottom edge of your top long, you know, it's quite a cropped top. If you want to keep the length longer, what you could use is because it's a curve, the top's got a curved lower hem, but the dress is straight. But so on the top only, I would suggest, if you wanted to keep the length as long as it can, put some binding to finish the edges. Obviously fold the binding right to the back, don't have any exposed or anything. I mean, you could have exposed, I suppose, but then that will go, your curved edge will sit nice and flat. So, and then you obviously can, you know, got the minimum hem that you want.
Lovely smart finish. Perfect.
The other thing I would say is that I'm actually between sizes on this. I mean, the dress sizes come up true to sort of Marks and Spencer sizes, but just measure yourself against the size guide on the pattern to see which size suits you. I always fall in between sizes, and I'm not going to say which ones, but so what I tend to do is I tend to either cut it larger and then I sew a larger seam allowance, or I cut it one size down and I sew a smaller seam allowance. So, but you can also just cut it in between sizes, but trace off your pattern pieces because you've got so many options on this. You're likely to come back and do the tunic or the dress another time, and if you cut the top and you cut, you know, do you know what I mean? You're not,
absolutely.
So I definitely, with this pattern, I think it's worth tracing them off.
I think it's,
I always do say
absolutely
that.
certain it's a pattern that you make again and
again.
again.
I shouldn't be saying this, but you know, you can hand it around to your friends and say, here, you know, have a go. So now, I haven't finished the side, but you can see it's already looking like a rather lovely top.
It really does. Love that fabric.
I think
it's
I'm going to
gorgeous.
finish this, take some photographs and put it on my blog so you can see it.
Carrie's got in touch to say, not the Carrie I was talking about, but Carrie, who's in the Vale of Glamorgan. Hello, both. I love Fiona's patterns, particularly the kimono. So far, I've made 3. Much love.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Sorry, I think someone's written and said they've made 6, so you haven't got the record.
Little way to go. Good morning, Stuart and Fiona. Please, could you tell me how much linen and viscose in the denim?
Viscose in the...
this colourway. So this is a stretch linen viscose. Composition is 27% linen, 70% viscose, 3% spandex. All right, that's in that one. And it's the same mix in the grey as well. Yep. Now, lots of you with fabric bundles in your baskets. Don't forget to check out. They are very limited now. Most important that you check out. Most importantly, of course, today is all about the brand new Agnes top, tunic and dress pattern. You get all of them, $17.99. Do check out your baskets. Been very, very popular. Fiona, you're back in 45 minutes. Don't get much of a break.
Yes, I'm coming back to do the Hoxton Tote.
Oh, and let me just say, if I may, utterly gorgeous. I've been all over this. It's such a beautiful bag. Great project that. Can't wait to see. We've got some lovely colourways. Well, 5 different options. Fiona, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. It's been lovely chatting, hasn't
gorgeous.
it?
And
see
we'll
you again
see
in
you very
an hour.
shortly.
Yes.
45 minutes.
Okay, see you then.
Small coffee. All right, after the break, we're going to be looking at lighting and tools. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello you, I knew you'd come back. How are you? How are you? We've been having a lovely morning. We hung on to Fiona as long as we possibly could. Just to very quickly answer a question, by the way, in the last hour, someone messaged in, I'm just going to grab the tablet, to ask who is Fiona's husband and who is he exhibiting as at Manchester Print Fair, and he is Mark O, so M-A-R-K at Manchester Print Fair. And also I want to just a very special shout out as well to Lisa from Sew Over It and the Sew Over It team in London, and also Lauren who's in Birmingham. They are both sewing for 24 hours to raise money for Mind. So massive shout out and a massive good luck to all of you in the teams who are sewing for 24 hours from Mind, from everybody here at Sewing Street. Absolutely wonderful. Well done. Well done. Right, now then, on with the show. We're talking about tools here, and I'm just grabbing a few fabrics because I'm going to start with a little demo. My producers just said to me, could you show us how to use the slash cutter? And I was like, I love the slash cutter. I definitely will do that. I said, I need some nice fabric. So she said, I can give you sushi. And sushi we have. Right, so I'm just cutting some squares. I've got a background square, which I've cut larger, and this is going to be my background to my chenille or slash cut technique. I'm going to cut out, I'm just going to do a small sample here. So I'm going to cut out some 6-inch squares, and I've got 3 layers of fabric. Okay, and then I've got my background square and I'm just using a solid. Now when you do chenille, there really isn't any need to have all patterned fabrics. You can mix in some plains, some solids, you know, in there. And actually slightly more loosely woven fabrics work extremely well for chenille. They fray better, they give just the right effect. Now I'm just going to start, I'm going to do diagonal lines for my chenille, and I'm just going to start by drawing one line through the centre, and that will just give me a guideline to follow. I've used a pencil, you could use a friction pen, and then I've got my machine threaded up, and what I'm going to do is sew on that line, okay, just from one diagonal to the other. I'm just going to lengthen my stitch length a little bit. You don't have to. So you might think, well, why are you then? Good question. I'm doing it because it'll be a little bit quicker. And get from one side to the other just a little bit quicker. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use the width of my foot as my channel guide, and I'm just lining that up now with that centre line. Okay. So I'm going to keep on sewing back and forth, and I'm going to sew diagonal lines all across the whole piece. Now the reason why you want a larger background piece is because you're going to be putting the chenille cutter underneath these fabrics, and you're going to be slashing through the centre of them with the cutter. You want the background fabric to remain intact, of course, otherwise you're just going to end up with lots of little bits of fabric all over the floor. And that's not what we want here. Not today. Trust the process. You can see what I'm doing though. I'm just stitching lines. Now I'm using just a regular foot. You could use a walking foot for this, and if you were doing a larger piece, that might be a good idea. It's a great idea actually to do this on panels. They look great chenilled. Now you've, on your slash cutter, which is from Clover, a name I absolutely love, a brand I love. You're also getting an adapter to do, this is straight line chenille, but you've got an adapter for doing curved slash cutting as well. So all you would do there is layer up your fabrics and then mark your line. I mean, it might be your first line, just a gentle curve. On the diagonal looks good, straight up and down looks good too. And then you could either mark all the lines, or you could just mark the first line and then use the edge of your foot as I have done. Now I'm using this here, I'm doing a little sample that you could use on a bag, but you could also include it, like it would be lovely done as maybe a yoke on a denim jacket. That would look super cool. With what? Oh. I'm just laughing here. I'm laughing at my producer. I threatened earlier on that there was something I would just pick something at random, that when I was asked to go to it, I would just say no. And I certainly wouldn't ever say that about the chenille cutter, because I love doing chenille. It's absolutely brilliant. Okay, question from Mo. Is the grain of the fabric significant? No. I don't think it is. You can go wefty, lefty, diagonal. I mean, I'm doing it now on the bias, but if you went straight up and down, whatever suits your project. Yeah, whatever suits the particular look you want. Right, so I've done my chenilling, or I've done my stowing rather. I haven't done the corners because I could go back and do those, but I'm not going to. Very opinionated, aren't I? And then this is the slash cutter. Okay, and you can see you've got this guide here, and then you've got your blade. Now the different thing with a slash cutter to regular rotary cutter is you've got little numbers on a cog here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what you're going to do is every now and then there's a little arrow pointing to number 1, and every now and then you're going to turn that dial and you're going to turn the blade, because the blade doesn't actually go round like a rotary cutter. It stays in one position. So after a while, position 1 will get blunt and you'll need to turn it to number 2 and then carry on cutting. Interesting fun fact for you. Have you ever noticed on rotary cutter blades, they have numbers all the way around on the blade? Well, that's because when the rotary cutter was invented, it was a fixed blade that you cut and then you had to turn it to the next number. Didn't really catch on for that purpose. Perfect for chenille, but not for general cutting. So it was changed to be a rotary cutter, but the mould had been made, the numbers have stuck. Now what you're going to do is you're going to slide the channel into underneath the fabric. This is why you need extra fabric, because you don't want to cut through all of it. And then what you're going to do is just slide it. It's easy, it's not hard. Slide it through. Okay. Now one little tip, and I haven't done it on this, but a little tip when you're doing your chenille at home would be to just do a little reverse stitch at the start and finish. That will just help. Mine is slightly pulling up because I use that longer stitch length as well, slightly pulling up at the edges, but it's okay for today. You can forgive me that, can't you? This demo was thrown at me literally in the break. I thought I'd pop to the loo, but no. All right, so I'm just going to pop that through, and I'm just cutting through all of those layers, and you don't have to do anything special. It'll find its way through the guide. There we go. Right, so I've cut through all of those layers now. So what I end up now with is 3 layers of cut fabric either side of the stitching line. Now, you can either do this by hand or you can do this by machine. So if you're going to do this by machine, you would wash this, and then tumble dry it. And that will really super fluff the fabric. You don't have to do that, because actually just using your fingers and roughing it up like this is enough to get some effect. But if you want the full-on, really fluffy chenilled effect, wash it, tumble dry it, and all those fabrics will kind of fray and fluff up. But it's a brilliant technique. It's so cool, especially with patterned fabrics, because you can still see the pattern, but you've got all this wonderful texture. Now, if you want to do curved chenille, you've got this second guide, and you can see that it's a much shorter guide, and that's going to allow you to get round the curves as you go. You just follow that curve round as you go, whereas with the straight cutter you've got a much longer guide that's just going to go straight through the channel. Bag flaps, so this could be a 10-inch square or a rectangle that you chenille. Once you've done that, you could then layer this, you could bind the outside edge, and then you could use that as the bag flap, or layer it with batting and backing and stitch them together and turn it through, and then have that as the bag flap. So the rest of the bag is in kind of regular fabric, but the flap has got this chenille effect. How cool is that? Brilliant technique. Oh, now then, let's have that question. Hi, Stuart. Could you use the slash cutter? Oh, yes, absolutely. Could you use it for toy making? So the fabric can be used for toy making, of course. Yeah, so I'm thinking, I know what you're talking about. So like chenille, thinking like teddy bear, fluffy, furry effect. I think that's a fabulous idea. So what you would do there is you would create larger pieces of fabric. I wouldn't try and do it on a really massive piece of fabric. I'd do a few smaller pieces, maybe measure out your pattern pieces, get a rough idea of what size you can work with, maybe have the fronts on one piece, the arms and legs on the other. Create your chenille and then cut out your pattern pieces from that and then stitch them together. I think that would be a brilliant effect. I would just say though, the point of chenilling is that it does give the fabric that kind of worn and frayed look. So I would use this for sort of decorator bears, decorator toys, rather than ones that are going to be played with, because you don't want sort of loose threads in a baby's mouth. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. But I think it's a super idea. A message now from Jeanette, who's in Merseyside. Stuart, can you make a quilt from chenille pieces? Thanks. Absolutely. Let me show you what you would do. So do your chenille, okay? Obviously you want yours to be nice and neat. So what you would do then is, so make them bigger than you need them to be. Then what you want to do is cut down. So I'm just going to cut this down to a smaller square. Let's cut this down to a 5-inch square. That'll work, won't it? So I'll cut this down to a 5-inch square. So now I've got my lovely neat piece of chenille. Then I'm just going to grab some more of my fabric that I used on the back. You could do squares, rectangles, you could even do almost like sort of random different size and shape blocks, couldn't you? And then sew them together. And I'm just cutting here some sashing strips, and I'm going to do 2-inch sashing strips. Now I'm just going to show you 2 different ideas that you could do to join these, because if you think about it, you've got multiple layers of fabric. You could experiment with putting batting in as well and chenilling, and then you could just do a bound edge, couldn't you? So in that case, what I would do, here's my little block. So I would do, I probably would actually do double fold bias, binding rather. So stitch the binding, folded binding, and bind all of the edges. Okay, and then once you've got lots of these squares together, sit them side to side, and then you could do a zigzag stitch between the bindings, sew them into rows, and then sew the rows together, and then you'll have individual patches bound. But if you wanted to just join them like normal patchwork, then just cut yourself some strips of fabric, sew them on, normal 1/4 inch seam allowance or whatever it is you use if you're metric. Press that back. And then just join your next patch to it. Now obviously you have got a little bit thicker layer there, but once that's layered up with batting and backing, I don't think that will make a difference particularly. Celebrate the difference, why not? Yeah, do a cushion cover, experiment. What about a bag? Experiment, see how you get on. Mo's messaged back in to say, I was asking about grain because you would get more fraying on the straight grain than the bias. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. I mean, I've done mine on the bias and there is less fraying, but if you wash that, and especially I mentioned earlier on about using loosely woven fabric, it does tend to fray more with that too, but you'll still get a really nice effect cutting and slashing on the bias. Just showing you here as well, if you didn't want to do double fold binding on the edges, you could do a single fold. So sew your strip of fabric 5 times the width of the binding that you want. I'm going a little bit wider than that. And then fold your raw edge into the quilt sandwich. Fold that folded edge now over the back, and then you can just add some top stitching to hold that in place. Obviously my strip is a little bit wider than I need because I'm just using a 2-inch strip, but you get the idea. So now we've got that bound edge, okay, and then we've got our top stitching. Obviously if this was the right width you wouldn't have that big flap of fabric there, but single fold binding is a real boon, especially if you haven't got much of the binding fabric. You need half the amount of binding, 2.5-inch wide strip for regular binding, double fold, 1.25 inch wide strip of fabric for single fold binding. So if you've got precious fabric that you want to use for a binding or you haven't quite got enough to do double, try single. That's the chenille cutter. Whistle stop tour. Grab it while you can. It always sells out. We've managed to get these back in stock, but we won't have them for long. Thank you, you're welcome. Can't put it back together again. You know me and packaging. Now, light boxes. Again, one of those tools which might not be your first purchase when you start sewing, embroidering, patchworking, appliquing, but very quickly you'll start to see it in patterns. Use a light box to trace. Use a light box for this, or you might see one use it. So we'll start with A4. Now then, have I got, Becky, the lead, the cord? Light boxes, for my light boxes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Fabulous. Brilliant. Thank you, darling. I wasn't going to make you come on. Oh. Now, these are low heat, low energy, touch sensitive light boxes. So I've got 2 here. Just plug in one of them, yeah? There we go. Am I plugged in? Okay, I'm plugged in. I'm going to try the other one. Let's try the other side. Ah, there we go. That's better. There we go. Right. So it's touch sensitive. So 3 different light settings. So there's our brightest, and then we can switch it off. So there's our first, dim, medium, and bright. Now these are absolutely perfect when you're doing things like tracing designs out of books or patterns, if you want to trace things like darts or markings on dressmaking fabric, if you want to trace off patterns that are in a book and you want to trace them onto other kinds of paper, you get a really good view. If you're doing things like applique and you want to put your fabric down on the mat, on the light box rather, and trace the design of the applique onto your fabric, so you've got placement lines. That is also a really good use of them. We were using them yesterday actually to show off the piecing in the Korean patchwork. You might have seen that, but they're absolutely fantastic, really great idea. And again, as I say, they're touch sensitive. You've got the dim light, you've got medium, and you have got the brightest setting. Now the light itself, the light area isn't touch sensitive. It doesn't get hot, it stays completely cool, it's low energy. So you can draw, you can trace over this, it's not going to affect the light at all. It's just this little button over here in the corner, and that just adjusts the light, the brightness. Now we've also got an A3 version. Very versatile, the larger one, gives you that bit more scope. I feel like I know what I'm doing now with plugging this in. I'm always very, no, it's not that one. I'm always very uncomfortable with technology. Bit of a technophobe. There we go. Right. There we go. Right, so that's our brightest setting. Also really useful to have measurements around the sides and the top in centimetres. So I'll just click it off. So there's our dim, medium, and our brightest light, and a good full A3 size. Plenty of scope and space for drawing there. A message from Christine. Ooh, I still have a raised light box with a light bulb that gets hot. Think I really need to invest in one of these. I originally got it for card making. Christine, I think that's a really smart idea. Christine, can I ask you, would you just email in and tell us why or what you get out of your light box, why it's so useful to have for whatever you use it for card making, for dressmaking, for general crafting, because I think it's really useful, isn't it, to hear someone else's opinion or how someone else has benefited from something. Love that. Very sleek. It's also got little pads on the back, okay, so it's not going to mark the surface that it's on, it's going to keep it raised on the surface. Super easy to store as well, nice and thin and flat. I think I would be inclined to make a little bosal cover for it so it's protected in our form on the top and the bottom, just a sleeve basically, and just perhaps have a little flap with Velcro for the top edge. Lots of you got this in your basket. Now light boxes can get really expensive, can't they? You can pay an awful lot for a light box. Here's a couple of price comparisons for you. Now this one here is A3. It's on sale and it's $74.95. $74.95. Very, very similar. On off A3, but £74 plus. Michelle's got in touch to say, I use my light box a lot and it's perfect for tracing onto interfacing, but I need to design a case for it as the box is bulky. Yep, well, I think that would be a very good idea, and I would just do a sleeve, a simple sleeve with a flap. Now, we often say with templates, and I must admit I've done this lots of times, trace it on the window. So I'll be placing templates on the window, tracing around them. It's not ideal. On a light box, it is so much easier on a light box. Pauline Wheeler's got in touch. She's bought a slash cutter. Pauline, after your performance this morning, cutting through your magnetic shim. Come on, love. Oh, Pauline, I can't wait to see what you do. Pauline Wheeler actually does loads of really lovely sewing and soft craft, and she's an amazing mixed media artist, so she combines, you know, fabrics and paper and thread and embellishments. Super. Can't wait to get her on the channel. Now then, I was showing off earlier on my wooden meter stick. We've got it on the show right now. It's a wonderful It's a wonderful bit of nostalgia, this, isn't it? Love it. I mean, absolutely associate it with going into haberdashers, drapers, in times of old when they would measure out the fabric against the meter stick, but also really useful. I mean, I was using it earlier on to measure the panel that we had from in the beginning earlier on, the jungle panel, just to see, because with a meter stick you can't stretch it. You can't cut through it with your rotary cutter. It's going to stay accurate. It's going to stay flat as well. It can't curve. You know, when you put a tape measure down and it ends up kind of curving and wiggling and you don't really get a very accurate measurement. Well, your meter stick's going to stay flat and firm. Now, the other thing that I know Bex Reed has suggested this, and I think of it too. I think it's lovely as a rod for a little wall hanging. So make a wall hanging with tab tops, pop them over the top of this, and hang it in your sewing room. Maybe a sewing themed wall hanging. That would be really fun. That would look cute. And use that meter stick in a different way. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's lovely. Now, half the stock has already gone. You've got inches and centimetres both on the same side. On the reverse side, you've got centimetres only, but you've also got some conversion. It's just a lovely bit of nostalgia, isn't it? Maybe you like to do kind of woodcrafts, embellishing, maybe you're a bit of a Tim Holtz fan. You could do things like you know, age it, stain it, add a bit of waxing to it as well. Just, yeah, have a bit of fun with it. I think it's great. And it's $4.99. What a brilliant buy. Still covered under your normal P&P as well, of course, which is brilliant. So that's going to come out to you for the same price as everything else. Fab. A message from Charlie. I use my Lightbox for tracing dots and markings on patterns. It's a lifesaver. I use it with a USB power bank and I can take it all around the house. Charlie, brilliant tip. Absolutely brilliant tip. Also a message from Sue. I use my Lightbox to trace designs from children's colouring books, which are a great source of inspiration for card making, applique and fabric painting. Sue, that is brilliant. And you've made me think now as well. Embroidery, red work. Children's colouring books are a great source of designs for red work. Trace them on your Lightbox onto calico, Osnaburg, and then use embroidery floss to stitch the designs in a backstitch. Brilliant. Neck and neck, A4 and A3. Which one are you going to go for? Which size? Really think about what space you have at home. Storage is easy. You can pop it under a bed, under a chair, something like that. I would definitely make a Bosal in our form core with fabric case for its sleeve for it to keep it safe. But then, yeah, storage is easy. It's just what surface have you got to work on? That should really be what determines what you get. I'd go for A3 if you've got space. Now, speaking of storage, thread storage, this is from the Quilted Bear. Now, these are so useful. I think reels of thread are actually quite difficult to store without storage boxes. If you get tangles in your thread, it ends up getting wasted. If it's exposed to light, they tend to get faded as well. But what you've got here is the box from the Quilted Bear. What you've got in here is you've got space for, let me just check, 27 reels of thread. Now these would be sort of standard like your Gutermann, your Aurifil threads, that kind of thing. Loads of space. Normally £6.49, but not today. Not today. We're crashing that price. We're going to go to £3.99. Fantastic. Now, lots of you multi-buy on these. Really good plan. We're going to go to a quick VT about how to shop, how to buy. We will be straight back.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
I'm not going to be dancing around quite as much now, just a little comfort break. The perils of live TV, eh? I'm trying to stay hydrated. Anyway, TMI. Right, welcome back. There, Quilted Bear thread storage is proving very popular. Loads and loads of you are buying multiples of these. Smart idea, because all your neutrals, your greys, your tans, your browns, your black and white. What about things like all your colours, your pastels? Do you know what? Let's go lower. So many of you have multi-bought. Let's give you a special deal on this. $2.99. So you can get 3 of these for less than a tenner. Yeah, thanks for the comfort break, everyone. Have it even cheaper now. There we go. Brilliant, yeah. And thanks for sticking with us. Sorry I had to run off there. I'm surprised I've never had to do it before. Now then. Light boxes. We've had so many messages from you about light boxes and how you use them. Christine has got in touch to say, I use it for raised embossing templates with a ball tool. Oh, for tracing, yeah. Get that, for tracing embroidery designs, and most recently for tracing Delphine's patterns onto Bondweb. Yeah, that is such smart. Because what it does, even though you can see through Bondweb on a pattern, I'm certainly now, I need extra light to be able to see properly, to see good detail, sharp contrast. Lightbox is so important for that. Christine, thank you so much for getting back in touch and letting us know how you use your Lightbox. We've gone a long time without having them in stock. We've got used to not having them, not talking about them, but they're back in stock. Now the which one is in the lead? The A4 is now in the lead. Affordable, very portable, easy to store. You can get that on a small space as well. Really useful. And of course, you know, most books, they're going to be around about that size. A lot of patterns are going to be that size. If you do embroidery, great for that, for tracing the designs onto your calico, Osnaburg, cotton, whatever you like to use. Now then, now it's not 20 by 20 inches. I do have the 20 by 20 inches. Oh, it's here. It's here. Thank you. Sorry. We love this ruler. And do you know what? I was actually thinking just the other day, on Monday, I'll give you a quick sneak peek. On Monday, I'm going to be doing the new Poppy Cotton fabric range. And I have made, if you've seen my social media, I've done some big Dresden plate blocks. I'm loving it. I'm so enjoying myself. But my biggest ruler, square ruler, is 15.5 inches square. And those blocks are 16.5 inches. And actually, the Dresden can go up to, I think it's an 18.5 inch square. And I thought, I really ought to get myself one of the large, really large square rulers from Creative Grids. And here they are. The Creative Grid square ruler is 20.5 inches. Is that right? 20.5? Or 20? Yes, it is. 20.5 inches square. So easily cut up to, from, you know, single layer of fabric, not folded, 20.5 inch square. Now, if you wanted to cut larger plique blocks, of course you can cut through 2, 3, 4 layers of fabric. I do tend to do 1 or 2 at a time though. Knowing that you're going to get complete accuracy, you don't even have to turn the ruler, leave it on the fabric, make your cut, turn the whole board and just keep cutting around. You've also got this diagonal line through the center, so if you want to cut smaller blocks, anything from 1 inch square to 20.5 inches, everything in between, you can do that really accurately. Keep this line on the diagonal as you're cutting and your square will stay square. You've also got non-slip dots all over on the diagonals, all around the outside edge, so that your ruler won't slip and you don't get missed cuts when you're cutting. Another thing you can use this large ruler for is squaring up blocks. So most of the time when you're doing a plique, you will cut your background block larger, do your appliques on it, and then give it a light press, applique down on a towel and iron from the back so you don't flatten all your lovely appliques, and then you square it up. Now, squaring up a block with a rectangular ruler is not an easy job. It is not an easy job. A large square ruler makes it so easy. And if you like to square up your piece blocks too, can't recommend this large square ruler enough. It's a real boon. It's a real boon. If you make your half square triangles, quarter square triangles larger and then trim them back, again, you can do that with this ruler. And of course, because of its size, if you're making super sized half square triangles, you've still got the capacity to trim them down. But of course, you can still do really small ones too. You can still do your smallest size. You're just using that sort of lower corner of your block. Really useful. Actually, Seal's really super for cutting your strips of fabric as well, just for general sewing. Sometimes I see these rulers at shows and I think, I should buy one. I really should buy one. And then I think, do you know what? I've only just got here, or it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I really don't want to carry it around the show. I really don't want to carry it back to the car park. I should just get it online. And then I forget. This is a great opportunity. You're going to pay $3.95 postage. If you've already bought something today, your postage is already paid. This is going to get delivered to your door. You have to carry it anywhere. Creative Grids quality, Creative Grids know-how, and also don't forget all of their rulers come with a QR code on the front. Zap that with your phone. It'll take you through to a video showing you how to get the best out of your ruler. $49.99. We've got a message from Elizabeth. Morning, gorgeous. Who are you talking to? I'll take that, thank you. I don't know about selling fabric. You should be selling houses. I'm running out of space for my stash and machines. Great show. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I always say, do you really need that guest bedroom? No, seriously now, if you've got like a guest bedroom that you use twice a year, I always say to people, but like, and you haven't got a sewing room, do you sew every day? Would you if you had your own sewing room? I've bypassed the guest room. I don't have a guest room at home. I can kind of convert it if we really need to, but basically that's used 365 days a year by yours truly. Call me selfish. Call me selfish. Sarah's got in touch, she's in Inverness, to say, hi all, I just bought the spool storage. It just fell in my basket. Just fell. They do that. But at £2.99, not being funny, but that is a brilliant price, isn't it? And you've got storage in there for 27 reels of thread with a lid. Am I allowed to open this? Was it open? Yeah, I'm going to open it. Just show you. We have only got 20 left, but I'll just show you what you're getting. So if I take that out, so I love the fact that you've got this tray as well, because actually it's a really, really useful little tray to have next to your sewing machine. I'm just going to grab a few reels of thread and just show you. You know, so obviously you've got your reels of thread that are going to sit in your tray like this, okay? But also as sort of, this is what I'm working with now, yeah? Or possibly when I put my rotary cutter down, I just want it where I know it is, where it's not going to get pushed around the table or whatever. Have this as like a little storage compartment that you use. If this is going to stay open on your desk, use this separately. You know, it's all about getting the best value out of everything you buy, isn't it? And some things really do only have one use, but some things, you know, you can use in different ways. Now, too many of you have this in your basket, so do please check out. It should be is that right? For £6.49 is the normal price, and we've gone to £2.99. We were supposed to go to £3.99. But did your finger slip? We don't care, do we? We don't care. Collector of Merseyside's got in touch to say, so useful. I have 4 of these now. Keeps me organised and stops me getting duplicate colours. Have my cottons and poly threads separated. That's a super idea. So yeah, know to keep them separate, to know what colours you've got. I think that's a really smart idea, actually, yeah. And I do think, you know, to have like your neutrals in one, your brights in another, your pastels, use them however you want. £2.99, amazing price. We're going to go to a break. When we get back, Fiona's back with her amazing, gorgeous Hoxton tote bag. Don't miss it. See you in a moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and in this hour, the Sew Girl's back. Fiona, welcome back.
Hello.
Fab to see you. You've changed. Look
I've got
at you.
my top on now. I just thought that people might like to see the top.
Really gorgeous.
In viscose, yes.
Yeah.
Because
looks
it's lovely
fab.
and comfy as well.
Perfect. Pattern's still available for the brand new Sewgirl Agnes top, tunic and dress pattern for $17.99. But this hour is all about the Hoxton Tote, which is just, well, it's the most sophisticated, smart version of a tote bag I've ever seen, Fiona.
Oh.
I wouldn't call that a tote bag at all, but you did, so you know you designed it. But I mean, it's so smart, it's gorgeous.
So it's just a big bag, really, isn't
I guess.
it?
You can tote it around town. But how fabulous is that with the denim and the combination of that with the African wax print? Love this gorgeous twist lock here at the front with the flap. You've got smart webbing straps, handles.
Well, the webbing's not in the kit there.
Not in the kit.
You actually make your straps from the base
denim.
fabric.
Love that. It's got a little magnetic closure inside, and then little poppers on the sides as well to change the profile, so you can open that out and have it more as a sort of rectangular bag, and then super roomy. Got a lovely smart pocket inside as well. You can just about see that slip pocket there. I think it's absolutely beautiful.
And I've written into the pattern that to do a letterbox zip pocket on the lining.
Oh, fabulous!
Which you could do on the outside if you wanted, but I just thought that I'd pop that in as well as a nice little added extra.
Yeah, it's
and
just such a smart bag, isn't it?
The poppers at the side bring it in. They're not included in the kit, but they're just an optional extra to actually close that top edge up a bit more, but you can have it either way, really. You can have it flat open, which is
opened out like that. Still looks absolutely terrific, doesn't it?
Yes, and I mean, I've used snap fasteners for just poppers fasteners, but you could use a little small magnetic fastener as well if you wanted to.
Fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah,
really terrific. So let me show you this very bundle, which includes all of your fabrics. Also, you get your twist lock fastening, and you also get your pattern. Let me grab this out. Oh, notice that one there. It's so organised. There we go. Right, okay, super. So in there, am I allowed to open this up? Is that okay? Or shall I leave it closed? I'll leave it closed. So what you're getting is, you're getting your pattern, you're getting your denim, gorgeous deep navy denim. You get a reel of thread, your twist lock, you get a zip for the inside pocket, all of your African waxed print fabric as well. Absolutely gorgeous to make this version, and it's the one that we've got the sample of. Now there are literally 9 left. Wow, it's been ever so busy.
This is a limited edition, these ones.
Yeah, you can't really repeat these, can you?
No.
Once the fabric's gone.
We're not doing them anywhere else, so I've not got them on my website or anything.
Oh, completely exclusive.
Yeah, completely exclusive.
Hey, there you go. Completely exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. $29.99. Amazing price. There are 8 left. There are 6 in baskets. At the moment, the 6 of you, great. Check out your baskets. You're absolutely fine. But if anybody else jumps on the web now, you could be in danger. Brilliant price, because you are getting 7 left, still 6 in baskets. So you've got all your denim, you've got your African wax print, zip, twist lock, even a reel of thread, and you've also got the pattern, which I think is a fab pattern. You'll make that so many times. Now that is option 1.
Couldn't it, with something, you know, sort of tweedy?
Oh yeah, gorgeous. Really adaptable. Yeah, you could go tweed, you could go facet fabric, you could really go to town.
Patchwork
now
fabric.
Then, let's go to a different colourway. Let's go OB35. Ooh, this one might be my new favourite. I absolutely love that print. We've just got 12 of these left. So this is your African wax print. African wax print, Fiona, easy to work with, just the same as regular cotton.
Really easy.
Yeah, just the designs, isn't it? So sensational.
That's right, yes.
But we don't need to be worried about how to use the fabric.
No, it's just a very nice sturdy cotton.
Regular needle, regular thread.
Regular needle, regular thread. You just need the interfacing, obviously, to sort of give it whatever oomph you want. So you can either use the, did you talk about interfacing?
Not
the
yet.
heavyweight interfacing, or H640, or you can use a bag foam. So all those suggestions are in the pattern about what you can back it with. Obviously the bag foam makes it much more structured. Yeah. But for this one that I've done, I've just literally used some heavyweight interfacing. Yeah. Or you could use 2 layers of medium weight interfacing. Sure. And just do 2 or one on top of the other.
If you wanted a bit of padding, you could use H640. If you want it lighter than that, use H630 plus a medium weight interfacing. Just mix and match, create your own look. So you've got your thread, you've got denim, you've got your African wax print fabric, zip, and a lock.
And lining.
And your lining too.
It's got a lovely spotty poplin lining.
Oh, I can see it there now, yes. I didn't even realise you get your lining for your bag too. That's amazing. $29.99 plus your pattern, of course. Absolutely fab. These are flying fast, really quick. So many in baskets. I know you want to see all the different colourways, so I'm going to whiz through those. Next one, KN13. Oh, yummy. Now that is gorgeous. Mosaic.
That's what I'm demonstrating in today.
Terrific. Oh, that is really gorgeous. Really deep, rich colours, aren't they? But there's lovely pinks, rusts, oranges, deep red, and you've got your denim again there. Still got your full lining, twist lock.
Nice spotty lining on that one. Some of them, they've got red spots lining depending on which fabric they are. Some of them like deep blue.
Love that. Right, next one. Oh, just 11 of those left. So pretty level pegging at the moment. BN27. Ooh, every single one that comes out, I like it more than the last. Look at that. Really fab.
I've actually given these fabrics names, but you've got BN blah blah blah.
What do you call this one?
I call that Oriental Flowers, because it's kind of slightly well, it's got batik look about it.
Yeah.
If you like batik,
that is gorgeous. Again, just such gorgeous colours. And then the last colourway is HZ30. Details coming up on the screen for that. Oh, you know, diamond squirrel. Diamond squirrel. Squirrel, thank you. Nice bit of squirrel. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that with the lovely turquoise and orange and blue.
Colours are lovely on that.
Absolutely stunning. Yeah.
And that one's with a slightly lighter medium denim as well.
Yeah, that looks really good actually. That's got that light medium denim on the base. All packaged for us by Fiona, all beautifully packaged.
I love making kits, I really do.
Do you?
I do, I really love putting them together.
So beautiful, really great. Such an adaptable bag. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, if you've got fabrics at home that you'd like to use, we've got some denims actually on the 12 o'clock show. So if you want to have a look on the web and pre-order, you can get some denim there. The pattern itself, the Hoxton pattern, is $9.99. Get full instructions there for creating that gorgeous tote. I love the flap closure. I think that is so smart. Love that twist block. Combination of fabrics. What I love too is you're learning all the basics of bag making there, how to create the outer bag, create straps, create closure, a flap, a zip pocket, in a really stylish bag. It does not look like your average tote bag.
You've also got an alternative. If you don't want to do the zip pocket, letterbox pocket, you can I've done a little short pattern for doing the standard patch pocket in there as well. So, you know, if you don't want to be bothered with that, then leave that out and just, it's always nice to have an inner pocket, I think.
It's fab.
But you could just have a straight patch pocket if you want to.
And I love the adaptations that you've included as well. So if you want to, you can get yourself some poppers or magnetic fastening you could use there as well to pull in the sides. So that's one really nice option. You can also put a magnetic closure inside if you want to, but actually you have got that lovely secure flap anyway. Just gorgeous, isn't it? Can't wait to see how that's made. So remember, we've got 5 different options of kit, all of them absolutely beautiful, pretty much level pegging, but we have got a few that are in the danger zone, this one included. You get everything you need, just need to add some interfacing. So maybe a medium to heavyweight interfacing. How much would you need?
I think I've put a metre on here, just so that if you wanted to use a couple of layers, you could.
Perfect. Also suitable for PU. We could combine PU and cotton fabric.
Yes, definitely put the PU leather on the base if you fancy that option in winter. I think that's a really nice idea. Yes.
We could still use the PU for the flap.
You could use the PU for the flap and the handles as well. I've done handles in PU.
Oh, I want to make this bag.
And in fact, I'm going to show you how, if you are doing PU, because obviously you can't turn them inside out. So how you could do that.
Awesome, great. We're getting adaptations tips as well. This one now has sold out, this kit. That is, please be careful if you've got any of these in your basket actually. Half the stock of the pattern on its own has now gone as well, but this one has sold out. Fiona, it's over to you.
Oh, right, sorry. I was rejoicing that it's sold out. So here are the pattern pieces, just quickly run through. You've got a base section, the lining is now what I love is not having to do it from measurements. I like having templates, so I'm being very generous by putting in these, because it's not cheap to get these printed, I have to say. But because I prefer working with templates, I print them out on large formats, so it's very, very easy for you. Even the handle, pocket as well, flap, they're all, and on the pocket you've got it all marked out with your little letterbox zip position, cutting lines. But if you don't want to do that, then you just use the outer line to cut your patch pocket. So nice and easy. And here's your top piece as well. You've got your handle positions, and it's all very straightforward really. It's not a square bag, it's slightly shaped at the top, so it doesn't sort of splay out at the top. It goes in. But as Stuart said, if you want to put those poppers at the side, you can bring it in even more. Right, so I'm going to start off now with the base, attaching it to the top, very straightforward. Now for this tutorial, I have interfaced the pieces beforehand in the pattern I say to join them and then put them on a piece of interfacing and bond it on and then cut around it. Now you can do either. You know, so if you're doing the bag foam, for example, you would have to do that because you obviously won't want to seam in the middle of that for your bag foam.
That'd be something like Bosel Inner form or something like that, that kind of fusible foam.
Yes, it's like a 1/4 inch thick, isn't it? You can, I think you can get even thinner ones, but they're very, one side is fusible. If you can't get the fusible one and you particularly want to use bag foam and you've got some textile spray glue, you could always glue it on, and that's quite a good way of using it. Right, so I'm going to basically, the other thing that's quite good is to use clips for this, because we were talking about clips in the previous programme, weren't we? Now for bags, I think that's quite a good idea, because as well as if you're using PU, you can't really pin it, can you? So, you know, having pins is quite a good idea. So I'm literally, and you've got a 1 centimetre seam allowance on this, so we're just going to stitch along. I mean, probably on a lot of machines you could just bank up the side of the foot, couldn't you? It's pretty much there, or you might want to move the needle over a little bit, but I'm just going to wing it today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Seeing as we haven't got time, have we, to sort of be too precise on this show. And then we're literally sewing that base on. And you can see it's got the box bottoms already cut out, so that makes it nice and easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's all on the pattern.
Yep.
Perfect.
Right, so let's move this out the way, and then I can... Now, this seam allowance, actually, let me just bring this one in, because I'll show you, I'm not going to top stitch it, because I've done one already, so here we go, we're like repeat here. Now, I've top stitched this, I've on this one, I've just to show you a little bit of a different way of doing it, is I've pressed the seam open and I've top stitched either side of the seam, but on the pattern I think I say to press the seam downwards and then top stitch just on the denim. Now it's nice to get that contrast stitching, because then you can get that nice zing of the top stitching. I always think that looks lovely, don't you?
It's really smart.
And then obviously if you're going to do top stitching, you don't have to, you could use a self-coloured thread, but it's nice to reflect it on the flap and the strap as well. So, you know, bring the whole thing top stitch detail is nice.
Totally agree.
So press your seam open or flat downwards and press your seam. So make sure, you know, you can always just tease it up, press it down.
It's a great transition, this pattern, I think, for dressmakers who want to get into bag making, because you've provided that paper pattern to follow. So it's using those same skills. But equally the other way, if you are a patchworker or a bag maker and you want to transition to dressmaking, this is actually a really good pattern to go for, because you'll make something familiar, but with a method which is different, i.e. using paper patterns.
That's right. I think it's make a great workshop as well, actually. Maybe
totally
I shouldn't say that, but anyway. Now here you've got your strap piece here. Now what you normally do is you would fold it over with the right sides together, and you would seam it along the long edge, and then get your loop turner. I don't know if we've got any loop turners in stock. They're quite good.
We haven't got them in stock at the moment.
If not, then you could always just poke it through. Quite easy to poke through. Trim your seam allowance down before you turn it inside out. Will make it a lot easier. And then so you should have something like this. There we go. So and then we're top stitching it either side. So I've only top stitched it on one side. I'm going to just do it on the other. Now, if you're working with PU, the best thing to do would be to, if I bring my cutting mat over, I like to glue, either use the quilter's tape, sticky tape, or textile glue, but to fold over inwards. So fold it over in half and press it like so. So this is, you can use this with PU, but you could also use this method if you interfaced your strap and you can't turn it, because if you interface your strap, you make it a little bit more sturdy. You can't really turn it inside out very easily.
And is it all right still to press PU?
Well, put a cover cloth on.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll be fine. So is this on? Yes, it is. So then the second, so on one side you'll fold it into the centre fold. So you fold it back in half one side and match up the raw edge to the centre fold all the way down. And then on the other side, fold over 1 centimetre and give it a press. I'm only going to do this on one side of it. And then, I haven't got much steam in this. And then fold it over so that it just covers that centre raw edge.
Okay.
Give it a press. Have you ever done a strap like this?
No, I haven't.
Really? Oh, I like this method because there's no turning inside out. You know, if that puts you off, this could be the method for you. Now, if you've got quilter's tape, run it along there, stick it down, that will hold it in place. If not, just put some pins in and then stitch down close to that inner fold.
Okay, so you have a line of stitching running down the centre of the strap.
So instead of it having either side, you've got one down the middle. But sometimes what I do is another 2 either side and make it nice and
I like the sound of that.
Stitchy.
Very nice. Just need to let you know at home, the colour range, the kit that Fiona's using, Pink Mosaic, is literally one left. So that's this kit right here. It has that gorgeous pink, orange, deep red mosaic print. If you want to see any of the other kits again, do let us know. There's literally one of those left. The other ones are in danger too. Do check out your baskets.
Right, so I'm just going to top stitch down the other side, and you want to stitch it about 1/4 inch away from the edge, the outer edge. And when you top stitch, you want to lengthen your stitch length to, what do you want to lengthen it to? It's on 3.5. So I want to lengthen it, just lengthen it up. Mine says 2.8, but this is slightly different to mine. And then just run your stitches down the other side of the strap. So you've got 2 nice lines, and try and keep it nice and straight, not wiggly. What I like to do is to see a little line on the middle of the foot and line that up to the edge. Or you could get your edge stitch foot on, couldn't you? That's a pretty foolproof way of doing it. I swear by an edge stitch foot. But sometimes, you know, can't be bothered to put it on just for 1 line of stitching. So it just depends on how sort of accurate you feel you can be. I haven't done too bad a job there.
It's good to me.
Now, we're going to pin the strap on to the top edge of the bag. So I'm just going to pop that on there, pin, let's use clips, why not? And then make sure that you've got the same side of your strap so it's not twisted. Oops, I've got a little bit of stitching there. I think this is actually, I've done this, yes, I thought it was. It's probably a little bit too long. It was preset at very long length, so anyway. So my long length stitch is very long length. But anyway, I shall go home and redo that. And then pin that on to the other side, like so. Peg it on rather. If you haven't got pegs, you could pin it on. Now you see your handles sort of slightly wobble around. I do quite like to just stabilise them a little bit down there, just to kind of keep them from
Do you want more pins?
waggling around.
I got pins. I got pins.
I got pins.
You got some?
I got pins, yeah. There we go. So that just holds them nice and straight. Like that. Hang on. Like that. There we go. Now I'm going to move, so I'm going to just put that to one side for a minute, and then I'm going to do my, better be careful not to lose these bits from my turn lock. Let me put those over there so that they don't get lost. And I'm going to move over to the flap. Am I in the right position there?
Well, I'm going to move everything along a little bit, if I may.
Right, so here's the flap piece. I've actually changed, since I did that sample, I've actually changed it very slightly in that I've made it slightly more shaped at the top, because I thought that might be quite nice. I often do that.
Ooh,
and then I don't do another sample.
Perfect.
Now, I've just brought in, so here's a piece that I've cut before, And in the pattern, it says to cut 2 denim pieces, or 2 pieces in the same fabric as the base and the handle. But I had a bit of, you do get quite a lot left over actually. And I thought, what about if you put a piece of the outer fabric underneath, so when you lift it up, like that, you see the flap fabric underneath. So I thought that could be quite nice. So I'm going to do that today. So I'm going to use my denim piece that I've interfaced. I'll get my scissors. And so when I've interfaced it, I just literally put the piece on. I don't cut the interfacing piece out necessarily. I just I iron it onto a piece of interfacing and then trim it off afterwards. So much easier.
I never really understood that, Fiona. I'm glad you said that, because I saw it obviously when I started dressmaking, to cut out all the individual little pieces, like facings out of interfacing, and then try and match them up.
Bits, yes.
It's like, who can do that? Who's got time for that?
Yes.
Just iron it to the interfacing and then trim the 2 together.
That's right. So much better, isn't it? I think that's why now they say cut one facing piece and interface, so you're interfacing it rather than cut one piece and interfacing. And then if I've got 2 pieces of denim, I'd probably interface one piece and not the other. Depends how sturdy you want your flap to be, but if you're using slightly lighter fabric, which is the outer fabric, then you could interface that one as well. So I've got a piece here, I might as well just pop it on, and it will give your flap just a little bit more stability. So here we go.
If you are using denim on both sides, you'd interface the outer piece of denim, the one that's going to go on top of the bag?
Yes, I think so, yes. But if you make a mistake and you put that one the wrong way up, it doesn't really matter, does it? Right, so then you're putting your 2 flat pieces, one on top of the other. I'm not very tidy, am I, today? I'm sort of all over the place here. And here we go.
I'm always suspicious of anybody who can work in very tidily. Well, not suspicious, but I'm kind of, how do they do that?
Yeah.
I can't be creative and tidy.
No. So anyway, so now we're going to sew around the outer edge, 1 centimetre seam allowance again, and just be careful at the corners, just, oops, hang on, you can do, there we go, just sort of tap your foot, or slow your speed down if you've got speed control. There we go, you want to get that nice curve, so you're literally following the outer edge with your side of your foot and following the line of all the way round. There we go, and then just do a little back stitch at the top to secure it. And then just trim down your seam allowance to 1/2 centimetre, or
okay.
Just want to trim it down so that it's a bit neater, a bit smaller, and just nick your curved sections on the corner, and that will just give it a little bit more give. You could put tiny little V's cut out of it. I think I've cut it down a little bit too much there, but if you've got pinking shears, that could be a good way of doing it. Just
a speedy way of notching.
Yes, yes, trimming it down and notching at the same time, isn't it? Right, and then once you've done that, you can turn it inside out.
Did you want something to help you turn and push out the...
Well, I've got my knitting needle here
Oh,
for my
very good.
knit days.
Like a bit of
If I
old
find
school
it.
turning there. Just to the right of your machine, I think. Here it is.
Thank you. So yes, you need a chopstick or a poking tool
Oh,
of
yeah,
some
don't go anywhere
sort.
without a chopstick, Fiona. Paul's got one. Every bag I own has got a chopstick in it. My glove compartment.
Really?
Yeah, honestly, I've got them everywhere.
Is that 'cause you like Chinese food?
Well, that's part of it, yes. But also, I just find them so useful in sewing.
Oh, yes,
so
definitely.
useful. I use them to hold things down while I'm pressing or turning, pushing.
Yeah. And they've got nice soft edge, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's got, I mean, this is good, but sometimes I do poke a hole in things.
Yes.
Probably likely to do it now, but there you go.
I
Just want
know.
to make sure that, you know, on the sewing street, on the sewing bee, we've been seeing lots of lining showing little bits on the edge, haven't we? So just make sure that you don't get that, just in case Esme sees your bag. You know,
True
you might
enough.
You might get Patrick pulling you
And
out
if you're going
from
to
the
put a
street.
bow on it, make sure it's a really big one.
So make sure it's a really big bow. I really don't understand that big bow thing, because
Well, it's personal choice,
it's very odd,
surely.
yeah. And then I'm just going to secure that top edge, just to hold it together.
Okay.
And then, oops. I keep forgetting it's got a cutter, isn't it? I haven't got a cutter on my machine, so I never use that. Now we're going to top stitch all the way around the outer edge. So back on the machine again, and just line the side of your foot up, put your stitch length up a bit, 2.8 I think I suggest is the good length, and then we're going to bank the side of the foot up to the edge of the fabric, so we get that nice top stitch line going all the way round. And then when you get to the corner, just lift your foot up a little bit, do a couple of stitches, and just keep, so maybe another stitch, and then turn, always keeping that edge of the fabric lined up to the side of the foot, and then you should be fine.
And I love that technique that you use there when you want to take one more stitch of just using, you won't be able to see this at home, but Fiona uses the needle up, needle down button on the front of her machine to take one more stitch. It's a great technique, that.
I think my bobbins.
Now, just let me give you a quick heads up, everyone at home. There are 14 patterns left. That's it. If you want the pattern on its own, now is your chance, but you will have to be really, really quick. So many of those have gone out. Kit-wise, the original model has now sold out. The mosaic, we've got one left. Okay, this one here, the blue rust blobs, we've got 6 of those available. Okay, details on screen, but 8 of these are in baskets, so that's not going to work out very well. And then the last two, BN27, Oriental Flowers, just 4 of those left. 7 in baskets, so everything's oversubscribed, over allocated, and then the last one, 3 of those, 6 in baskets.
That's my favourite one, that one.
I love
think.
that.
And this one, I like those two, and there's some.
I know,
I like them all.
You love them all. You love them all. They are absolutely gorgeous. Really
That's
love them.
right. Now we're very excited now to be doing the turn lock. So if you're tuning in later on and you just want to see this bit, then sort of wakey. Now, so what we've got with the turn lock, we've got 4 parts. Now this one here has got the little turn lock here, which is really nifty, with a couple of prongs, and that's the backing that goes with this. Can you see that? So those two go together, and those will go on the bag. Right at the end.
Okay.
These 2 are the bits that go on the flap, and we have this piece here that you use as a template. So now it's got the position on the flap, which you can use, mark it out at the very beginning if you want, but obviously it's got to be on the right side, and then you'll be ready to have it on the piece when you're ready to put it in. But if you haven't, then you can, I think it does give you measurements in the pattern about where to position it. Obviously it's got to go centrally, and I think it's goes so much up from the bottom edge. Now, so if you wanted to just make sure it's central, just get yourself a ruler and just pop yourself a little marker in the middle there, and that will just give you a starter point. Put that in the centre, and you know, it's a good idea to have it sort of fairly near the edge, the end, because you want it to hold. And then draw yourself a little circle. Now this is when you have to take a deep breath, because it feels very wrong. And you have to cut
Steel yourself.
You have to cut a hole in your piece, and you're like, what? So just fold it over in half, and then put your scissors in there and cut a little hole, just enough so that you can dig your scissors in. Now you need a nice sharp pair of scissors with this, very small, small pair, and just trim around that line that you've marked. It's really good fun doing this, though. I love doing these.
Oh yeah, and they add such a smart professional finish to your bags, don't they? So this is the internal space that you've drawn around and you're cutting around.
That's right, yes.
Perfect.
The internal line, not the outer one, the internal line. And I have got the little tutorial in the pattern that's the step-by-step that shows you. And I've linked a YouTube video. I was going to do my own, but I found someone else's that was quite good. So I've sort of given you a link to that.
Great.
To show you how to do it. Now, you'll see that that's probably not big enough, so that's fine. You can just now gradually just move out from there, a little bit larger. You just want it to sit so that when you poke your outer piece on, it's going to, the raw edge is going to be underneath.
Got you. So like the two parts of the metal sort of trap the
yes, they
raw
sandwich
edges.
the raw edge. So you just have to keep going until you're not seeing any more raw edge at all. So I could go on just a little bit more. And it's good to sort of do it a little bit at a time, because you know, it's hard to do too much, quite frankly, because you've got quite a large area there that you've got a nice big margin, but you don't want to cut your hole any bigger than he really needs to be.
No, right.
There we go. So I think I'm probably there. Let's just, and then pop it on. Any raw edges you can just, and then you put your back on like so. Mine, just press them inwards. Like so. And then splay them out. Now I should have chopped it maybe a little bit more, but you can just sort of pull it so that the raw edges disappear in between the turn knock. And there you have it.
Perfect.
Ta-da! So it's the same both sides. Well, it's not the same, but you know, it's, and just make sure those little clasps go in their little groove. Just press them down. You can do it with your fingertips.
It's a lovely professional finish. I love that. The pattern on its own, if you want it, the last few are available. $9.99. Details are on screen. There's literally 7 patterns left. So if you've got that in your basket, remember to check out, and you could be making your version of the Hoxton pattern.
I based it on the Hoxton lady who goes out in her trolleys, doesn't she? Do you know what I mean? The Hoxton. Didn't you know about the Hoxton lady?
No. Do tell.
She's very trendy, isn't she? She goes out with her Hoxton, her trolley, and so I sort of thought, oh, I have imagined this Hoxton lady. Right. Anyway, so your now please ignore this bit of stitching here because my stitch length was too long. So I'm going to go home and redo that, but I'm going to put my thumb over that so it doesn't show.
Didn't even notice it.
So now you want to put the right side facing downwards in between. You have got a centre notch on your bag and you've got a centre notch on your flap, so match them up. and then put them centrally, and then pop yourself a little clip on there to hold it. Diddly-doo.
So this is on the back of the bag.
This is on the
panel.
bag back, that's right. So the front doesn't have anything on it at the top edge except for the handles. So the front will look just like that without the flap, and the back's got the flap on. And then I'm just going to top stitch it along the top edge to secure it in place so that I don't need those clips anymore. So it's just going to secure them in position. I have to say, if you've got a walking foot, pop it on your machine. I think bag making is sort of very useful foot to have. Now, just a quick word about when you put the bag, when you put the piece on the front. Obviously, you'll do it at the very end. But you can, before you sew up your lining, you're just basically making 2 little holes on your bag front, push them through, and then on the back you just press them together like that. Sometimes I quite like to use a little bit of fleece wadding or something that's just going to protect it or give it that little bit more strength, and back it on the back of the lining, and then you can prod your holes through there like that, and then close it up.
Yep. And did you say you put that through the outer bag before you put the lining in?
No, before you put the lining in. So you're putting it at the very end before you've put the lining in. Okay. But you put it in at the very end, and I think it's really because you can position it. You know, if you want to make any adjustments, you can. You can mark it up at. Actually, I don't think I've put the position on here. No, I haven't put the position in here. I've just given you some measurements as to where to position the point where you put this on. But put it on, see where it, because you might want to change it, you don't. So, but anyway. Now, what I'm going to move on to now is the lining. And here we've got the lining piece, and you can see. Oh, I like the wax prints at the top of the lining as well. Yes, so this is on the inside of the bag. You're literally stitching on the lining top band. This is what this piece is called. And I've interfaced it as well, because I think sometimes that top edge needs a little bit more, I haven't interfaced the lining, although you could do that to give your bag a little bit more stability if you want that. But if not, you could just interface the top band edge. And then I've stitched it on to the top edge and pressed it upwards, press the seam allowance towards the lining, and then top stitch it along that on the lining side. Now here we have our pocket, which is going to be for our lining. Now here's the lining piece. You can see that if you just do a patch pocket, you just sew it all the way around the edge, trim the corners, leaving an opening, turn it inside out. Now you could have a long thin one, which is quite good for phones, or you can put it that way if you want to. It's absolutely up to you. Now when it comes to the letterbox zip, here we have I've marked it out. So on the pattern, which is here, you can see you've got your letterbox zip opening, and I think this is for a 5-inch zip, or is it a 6-inch zip? I'm not sure. But and I have used this quilter's tape because I think it's quite useful. But if you haven't got quilter's tape, don't worry, you can always tack it in, but I just find it's very good at keeping it secure. Anyway, the first thing you do is mark out your position. So you're marking out your outer stitch line and your inner cutting line. So mark that out on your pattern, and then position it centrally. And I line the raw edge to the top of the lining, but actually I do give you the measurement from the top edge where to position it. So I've got it 10 centimetres either side. So I'm just going to do that roughly. And then pin that in place. There we go. So pin it all the way just in position, and it's just going to hold it for when you're sewing.
I think letterbox zips are one of my favourite things to put in a bag.
Oh really?
Because they don't affect the internal profile of the bag at all, do they? It's not like having an extra sort of slip pocket or anything like that. So it stays exactly as the pattern, but it gives you extra storage almost within the cavity between the outer and the inner bag. Love it.
But I do quite like it on the outside bag as well.
I like them on the outside, yeah.
But I would suggest, if you've not done one before, do one in the lining, and if you feel, or do one on a practice bit of fabric, and if you feel quite comfortable, then do it on the outer bag, because obviously, you know, if you, it's going to be on show, isn't it? It's going to be visible. Right, so now I'm going to start in the middle of my stitch line, which is the outer line. So I've got 3 lines. The middle one is the cutting line, the outer one is the stitch line. And then I'm going to start in the middle of that, not at the edge or anything, because it's much easier to match it up to it afterwards. And then I sew all the way round the outer edge. So you're making a tiny little, now you're only going a few stitches when you go down, so don't just go 1 stitch at a time. If you don't have that button, then you could always just turn your wheel. And then we're going down the other side.
And it is really important to pivot neatly at those corners, isn't it? Because they create the letterbox.
Absolutely, yes. And then literally 3 stitches up, depends on your stitch length, of course. Actually, mine's a bit low. Take mine down a bit. And then meet up where you started there, just have a little bit of overlap, and then off you go. Take your pins out. Is this the way you do it then?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, that's good. But there might be other ways of doing it, you don't know, do you? I mean,
I'm not sure.
And then what I tend to do, let me just take that off, is I fold it in half like this, sort of a little bit like the turn lock. Just make sure it's parallel, and then just give that a nick in the middle. Do you do this with a rotary cuttery?
I do, but I've got, I think, is it a 16mm rotary cutter, the really tiny one, and then I'll use that with just a trimming ruler and just cut down the centre. I do go into the corners with scissors, but yeah.
See, that would make me very nervous that I would go too far.
Well, this always makes everyone nervous, I think, at this point, because you're literally cutting through your lining, aren't you? You're cutting a hole. Yeah, when I've taught this in classes, this is always the point at which I have to be on hand with a hug, just for anyone who needs one. And a cheer, you know, go on, do it. I went on a steeking workshop recently, you know, knitting, steeking. Do you not knit?
Well, I used to be a knitwear designer, but I've not heard of that.
Sorry, of course you do.
Well, I didn't, but I don't hand knit. I don't hand knit. It was mostly machine knitting.
So for Fair Isle, where you knit in the round, and then if you want an opening, you cut straight through all of your knitting. And it's a technique called steeking. I know, exactly. Well, exactly.
Do you leave like a ladder so that you've got a line to follow?
What you do is you work extra stitches into the steek, and then you basically crochet up your knitting either side, and then you cut through the middle stitches. I mean, it's slightly different to that, but to give a very basic overview, you sort of crochet a line up either side and then cut through.
Fascinating.
But you have to pick up the, you know, like the sort of 11 that makes up the stitch. You pick up an 11, one from one stitch and one from the other, and crochet through both. But yeah, when you have to cut through, everyone sort of holds their breath.
See, I quite like it when you felt knitting, and then you can cut it like fabric. I used to do that a lot. Cut and sew knit, actually, that's what my main speciality was. And so that's why I treated fabric like knitting like fabric, and then just kind of worked on pattern pieces. Anyway, going back to this bag, so I have literally cut little nicks into the corners of my rectangle, and then I'm going to just trim off that tiny little, what's it called, little corner that's sticking out. Be careful not to cut your stitches, because that's so, you know, it is a bit easy to go a little bit zealous with that. And then I'm going to get my, this is quite good to get this.
The good old tailor's ham.
Good old tailor's ham. Just very good for sort of doing small areas. Am I in camera there?
We do have tailor's hams, so $11.99. That exact one that Fiona's using.
And just press your flaps upwards, your pocket flap upwards like that, and then just press it at the side, like so, and then get posting. Here we go.
The letterbox.
Through the
Now
letterbox.
that is a great tip that I've just learned from you. The pressing along the seams.
Do you
I'll
open
do that.
up your seams? Do you press them open? You can
To be honest with you, what I do is I sew round, cut, and then I post it straight through and finger press around. But I really like doing. I like that with the ham. I'm going to do that next time.
Yes. Right. Now there's a lot of teasing with this, isn't there?
There is. There is.
Because what you want to do is get the letterbox nice and crisp, and so you want the edge to be on the seam line there, and that's why, you know, pressing it beforehand just gives it that little bit of help.
Does.
To
That's
flatten
so neat
it.
though. I love that finish.
Yes.
Definitely going to copy that. Magpie. We learnt that word a few days ago. Magpie, an
Magpieing.
idea, rather than stealing, not copying, and magpieing.
Yes.
a
Don't they
little
jump
gem.
into other people's nests?
Yeah, yeah. I
should be
won't do
jumping
that,
on your
Fiona.
nest.
You don't have to worry. You won't find me in your house one day. What are you doing here? I'm just magpieing. Magpieing. I'm going through all your fabric and seeing if there's anything I want.
Yes. Get off my fabrics, will you, Stuart? I told you, you're not having it.
People always say about, you know, they would grab their sewing machine, you know, if they had to rush out of the house. What would be the one precious thing from your sort of stash that you would grab?
Oh, I was going to say my husband.
Oh no, I mean, I'm just obviously I'm assuming husbands, animals, whatever, precious things like that.
Cat,
But if it
yeah.
was like something in your stash that you had to, like, you could only take one thing with you, what would it be?
I've got this collection of vintage fabrics that I've got this precious stash, I call it, and they are like, I've never, you know, they're so rare. And I've also got things like a Grace and Perry piece from Liberty, which was so expensive, and I bought a very small piece, and I just get them out and just look at them. I don't want to make anything with them
because that's a piece of fabric from Liberty.
So I suppose I've got those. Yes.
Yeah.
Right, now we're going to put the zip on now.
You got about 2 minutes. Can you do
Oh,
it?
for goodness
Well, let's
sake!
position the zip.
I can just position it. I've got the tape, you see, so
Yeah.
I can just. Do you use tape on yours? Yeah.
I'm starting to now. I learned about using tape from Becky Alexander Frost.
Yes, me too. That's
did you?
where I magpied it
Yeah,
from.
yeah.
She's very good, isn't she?
Brilliant.
Bags.
Yeah, superb.
But as I said, if you haven't got this, you know, there's also those glue pens as well.
Yeah,
which
glue
very
pens are
good.
quite popular. I like the idea of the tape though. It's so clean.
Instant.
Yeah, and
Yes.
kind of very, very precise.
That's right. So just plonk it on and then just turn it over and just
Oh,
check
lovely.
that, you know, you want your zip pull to be on one side, and then just make sure it's nice, and you know, you want that edge to be close to the teeth. Position it and sort of press it down. Is that all
it's
right?
immaculate. It looks
Does that
lovely.
follow- is
I
that-
love the spotty lining as well. That's
Yeah.
gorgeous. That's in all of the kits, isn't it? Some red, some blue.
Yep, they're all spotty. I love mixing spotty fabrics with African fabrics. Anyone that's bought one of my Cecily skirt kits as well. They always come with spotty pocket linings.
Gorgeous.
So I'm a big fan of that. I'm just going to talk you through this bit, but basically you top stitch all the way around. If the zip pull gets in the way, just move it down and then lift your foot up, and then stitch around it. So if it gets in the way, foot up and then just bring it down and then carry on round. And then you can get your second piece. Now in your pattern it says to cut 2 pieces in the lining fabric, but again I've been naughty and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have a second piece underneath that's the same as the outer?
Very much.
Because when you open up your zip, you see a little bit of that outer fabric through there. So
I love that that surprised you, even though you put the fabric there.
How lovely is that?
Yeah,
and then,
gorgeous.
so what you do at the end is you very simple. I mean, you might want to just trim down your edge of your zip there, and so you've stitched on your zip, and then you put your second out pocket piece on the top like that, pin it all the way round the outer edge, and then pop it on the machine and sew it all the way round. There's no opening or anything, because you're not turning, you're just literally leaving it on the back edge.
It is a little genius moment, that it's that sort of penny drop. Just remember, when you sew around the pieces, you're not sewing them to the lining, are you?
You're not sewing them to the lining, and I underlined that in the pattern because I thought, oh, that's quite full. You know, that's an easy thing to sort of to think that you might do.
You just kind of pull the 2 pocket pieces away from the lining,
don't you?
So you
just literally go like, you know, you might be better to sew one side at a time, one side, and then. So you're clearing it well, truly, of the bag, and then down that side there, and down that side there, and then you open it up, and there's your beautiful letterbox zip.
Yeah, absolutely immaculate, just gorgeous. I love it. And it's the kind of zip pocket, once you've done it, and I think Fiona's suggestion, do it in the lining, and then when you feel confident and happy, and it's, you know, then start putting on the outside of bags.
That's right, because if your stitching is a little bit wobbly, or you do go a bit wrong, you know, you might not want to use the top stitch contrast thread for that bit, because obviously if if you're not quite precise enough, it will show. But yes, get your confidence with that, because I think once you've done one, you would like
put
to
them in every bag. Yes, every bag. The simplest of tote, any kind of messenger bag. I often put them on the back of a messenger bag or under the flap, so you can even put them inside the flap.
Oh yes, great.
Do it inside the flap and have an extra pocket.
Because let's face it, you know, when you're getting on and off a train, you want to get those tickets out pretty quick, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, so if you can get them out without opening up your bag,
They're awesome.
That's always good, isn't it?
You can even put them on garments, can't you? Diagonally here, you can put like a letterbox zip through a garment. I love it. Love it.
That's my next pattern, Stuart.
The only kit that we've got left is,
let me guess,
OBS. This one right here. How many have we got?
Oh, that was your favourite one, wasn't it?
5 left. Oh, well, there'll be one for me then. That's fine. Well done if you managed to get your version of the Hoxton bag from Sewgirl, brand new and exclusive here. We've got loads of Sewgirl patterns on the website. We'll run them through in the break. The boho shoulder bag or cosmetic pouch kit, which I also absolutely love, and also some dressmaking patterns. Oh, and also, check this out, the Brompton shoulder bag.
That's got the sliders with it as well, hasn't it?
Really nice, yeah, that has.
It's also on the other side, Stuart. It's a messenger bag, and it's also a backpack.
Backpack there. Messenger bag there.
One
love
of my
it.
most popular ones, that one.
Oh, I love that. For $12.99, it's fantastic. 2 bag patterns. Awesome. Fiona, thank you so much. Really enjoyed this morning. I hope you have too.
I'd give you a hug if I wasn't far away.
I'll come over for one.
Lovely to see you.
Oh, you too. Yeah. Thanks ever so much.
And I'll see you at the show.
Yep, good luck for Mark as well at the print show at the weekend in Manchester. Mark O. All right, thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
Don't forget, if you still got your pattern for the Hoxton tote bag in your basket, do check out. We've only got a couple left. Well, in fact, they're sold out, aren't they, the patterns? If you've got one, there's one left. There's one left hanging on. Grab it while you can. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be doing dressmaking bundles, so don't go away.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals. And message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Now then. Oh, hello! Over here! You like to keep me on your toes, don't you? That was my invisibility cloak. Very Harry Potter. Thank you. Now, welcome back. Our last hour here on Sewing Street, and we have got an hour of dressmaking fabrics and some tools as well. Before we do that, I just wanted to mention, had a message on Facebook which I didn't spot, asking what is the fabric colourway of the boho shoulder bag, and I just wanted to show you, it's this rather fabulous. Now this one is YDS 506. Are there two different ones? Yeah, there's another one as well, please, Becky, on the same bag, but a different code. So one of the options, details are on screen, is this fabulous purple, bubblegum pink and green African wax print there that you can see. Love that. Mixed with denim, dark denim, and also a spotty lining. So that's the one option. Love that. Yeah, that aqua's gorgeous, isn't it? Mixed with the purple and pink. And then the other colourway that we've got available, this is HE. It's blue and mustard. Ooh. Oh, I like this. That's gorgeous. Check that out. That is lovely. Really nice. Really liking that. Really strong and bold. Yeah, love those, the circles, the triangles. It's got almost a kind of industrial feel, hasn't it? Oh, you've even got a pack of tissues in there. I'm sure there's a reason. Oh yeah, an inner tissue holder. You've even got the pack of tissues. Oh, Fiona thinks of everything. I love it. Hope that answered your question and has helped. Those boho bags are available on the website. Go check them out. Now, let's start with cord. Yeah, love these. Now, these are all a kind of, would you call these a jumbo cord? 4.5 whale. Oh, it's the measurement of, oh, I see. Oh, okay. Ah, I understand now. Yeah. So it's the measurement between the lines on the corduroy. There's whales out to sea. We've got some. Okay. I wish I'd never said that. LJ 72. Two of them have got labels on, and 3 of them haven't. Give me a colour. Teal. I can do teal. We've got teal whales. There we go. Good. All right, so this is a gorgeous, really deep teal. I'm just going to move a little bit more space on the counter because I just want to be able to give you a proper clear view. All right, that's better. Now, we've only brought these to you once before. Ah, there we go. OJ72. Yeah, gorgeous kind of jumbo cord, I would call that. Nice, not too heavyweight by any means. So you could do an unlined or a lined dress or dungarees out of these. A jacket would be gorgeous as well. Oh, that with a Liberty cotton lining. Wouldn't that be gorgeous though? What about work aprons? What about doing Alison Marion's crossover apron in corduroy, bind the outer edge with Liberty cotton? That would be yummy. Yeah, patch pockets lined with Liberty or edged with Liberty. Okay, I like where we're going with this. It's 142 centimetres wide, a 100% cotton, doesn't have stretch in it, it's not a stretch corduroy or anything like that. So nice easy structure. So for example, if you were going to make something like, well, I'm just wondering actually whether Fiona's Agnes dress would work in that corduroy. I was just wondering whether for like an autumn winter version, I think that would work really nicely. Even with a lining. Just my suggestion, but like that. Nice jacket as well in that. Next one. Let's go to black. Yep, got the black corduroy now. Good. Basic black, as we say, basic black. Black cord jacket. Kat has a black cord jacket she wears every day. Today she's wearing it with pyjama bottoms, which I believe is what the young people are doing these days. I've no real idea because, you know, what would I know? Now these are 100% cotton corduroy fabrics. Really durable, nice and strong, brilliant for dressmaking. Again, really no stretch to speak of, very minimal stretch in there. So nice and stable and easy to work with. Now this is a fabric which is with nap. So if you're a beginner dressmaker, you might have noticed on dressmaking patterns, it will talk about a layout with nap and without nap. If there isn't a nap, then potentially there's the option of turning certain pattern pieces different ways, whereas when you're working with nap, a fabric with nap, then you need to follow that layout because really it's like this. If you can catch this on overhead, it's like you can brush it one way, going the other way. Okay, the fabric looks different. So if you cut trouser legs and you cut one going that way and one going that way, they would look almost like different colours. In certain fabrics, it would look like different colours. You'd certainly get different shading. So do be careful with your nap. A message from Lynn, who's in Angus. Hi Stuart, could you use the corduroy fabric to make bags? Absolute genius, absolutely fabulous. Big tote bag, big weekend bag, big beach bag. Yeah, you could combine corduroy, corduroy with cork? I could think that could work. Yeah, corduroy with cork, that would work. Have cork around the bottom. Let's do camel next. Now I would call this sable, but that's just me. Sable. I'm just renaming the fabrics. Well, I think of camel, I would say, well, more that, a bit more that. That's a bit more gold mustard, isn't it? But you know what? You know where I'm going. Okay, this would be lovely for toy making. What about a teddy bear? That's gorgeous. Can't help but stroke corduroy, it's lovely. Also lovely, of course, for things like soft furnishings as well. It's nice and sturdy, nice and strong, but certainly not too heavy a weight to use for things like dungarees, pinafore dress. It's 280 GSM. And just in terms of like the the drape on it, you know. If I just kind of hold this up so you can see, that's really nice drape. It's not stiff. It's not a stiff fabric. Cushion covers, seating for the caravan, for the mobile home. Make some nice sturdy cushion covers, you know, the kind of ones you sit on. Yeah, love that. Great colour. Camel. Carol's messaged in. Hi Stuart, my daughter and I will end up in debtor's prison. Oh, I don't want to be responsible for that. Here we are trying to save money for new sewing machine. Wham! More must-have fabrics and kits. It does happen like that, doesn't it, sometimes? It's a bit like buses. They come along all at once and you think, no, but I like that and that. All of this corduroy, by the way, is cut off the bolt for you. So if you want 2.5 metres, order 5 units. Did we talk width? Did we talk width? 142 wide, we did. Pale blue. It's not that pale. I'd call this a mid. Yes, it is. Yeah, I wouldn't call this a pale blue. I'd say this was a mid sky blue. Yeah, I'd call this Santorini. Yeah. I'd call it Santorini. Is that that's the island, isn't it, with all the little white houses and the blue house? Yeah, Santorini. But that's just me. I love giving colours names. Charlie and I, when we used to do his catalogue, used to make up names. We never used to actually use them. We just used to do it for our own amusement, you know. And we'd say, well, this hat comes in scallop and lobster, you know, or baked bean or something like that. Oh yeah. I was writing, it's quite a funny story, I was writing an article some years ago for Essentials magazine, and the colour at the time was grey. There was this particular shade of grey and it was everywhere in fashion, and I'd found a yarn from Rowan Big Wool in this particular shade of grey, and it was just perfect, it was lovely, but all I could find was a code number, and I didn't want to put that in the magazine. So I rang Rowan and I said to them, this lovely yarn, I want to feature it, I've got the code, but does it actually have a name? And they said, oh yes, it's called Glum. Glum. Oh, okay. Might just use the number. Cloud. Yeah, that's your feeling, glum. But it's fun, isn't it? A message from a collector. My daughter has wide leg trousers in blue cord. Oh, yummy. I wasn't sure about them, but they look fab. I think they sound great. Yeah, really wide leg trousers. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Last colour that we have is dark blue, and this is a lovely inky blue, you know, that colour of blue ink. Gorgeous. Large whale cord. Is that right? Whale cord. Yeah, whale corduroy. 4.5 whale cord. Perfect. Yummy. Really nice. Yeah, I love that colour. Classic, isn't it? I used to have a lovely pair of navy blue corduroy trousers. I wore them to death. Lovely. We do have a baby cord or a needle cord. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Oh, I really associate this with, I remember there was a little girl in my class at school who wore a pinafore dress in this shade of green. I can remember her now. Yeah, gorgeous. It's been called Moss. 1/2 metre for £5.99. Again, I might call that bottle green, but it's lovely and soft, really fine weight, so actually really good for children's wear, or adult wear of course, but particularly good for children's wear because it's a really nice light, very fine needle cord. Lovely. It's still 140 centimetres wide, and it's got a 21 wale. We're all learning about whales today. Every day is a school day. You watch me next week, I should be confidently throwing that about. What whale is that corduroy? I might go into a haberdashery shop and actually ask, what whale is that? Do you know? Okay. Yeah. We've got some lovely Anna Maria Horner fabric. Now, affordability for dressmaking. Let's talk about using quilt cotton extra wide backing fabric for dressmaking. Why not? Why not? It's beautiful quality fabric. Should we start with NY28? These are very limited. We launched these just a few days ago. They've been very, very popular. We don't have huge quantities left by any means. We've got 15 half meters, so 7.5 meters in total. Isn't that stunning? Sense of scale. Looks like it's like a much smaller fabric, doesn't it, until I put my tiny hands. Isn't that amazing? I could imagine Fiona Hesford using fabrics like this. Denim across the bottom. Let me just grab a bit of denim and let's just think, you know, dressmaking or bag making. I think that could be absolutely stunning, don't you? Do the Hoxton bag. If you bought the pattern for the Hoxton bag, what about that? We've got denim on the show. We've got this really dark denim. And how many bags would you get from 1/2 meter? How many would you get? Oh, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fold this. So we've got, I reckon, 2, 3, 4, 8. Well, I'm saying that, but actually, if you had that size, okay, and this was the size of your bag, like this, that was your bag. That's not small. That's 16. That's 16 for £13.99. That's 16 front and back, by the way. Yeah? Amazing. Amazing value. If you make and sell, think about the price per bag that would work out at. Cushions, add piping. Well, I think I'd add denim. What about that fabric with denim piping? Use a lightweight denim. 1/2 meter. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Lovely. Now, what about the pink? DB58. 6 meters left. So 12 units. Again, this is absolutely glorious, isn't it? I want sunshine, I want a pool, I want a cocktail, I'm there. Actually, I'd make a windbreak and go to, you know, any beach right now. Thank you, that would be lovely. I might be inclined, you know, with this colourway. What do we think about using a lighter denim with that? Just picking out that blue in the flowers and use a lighter denim, perhaps. That would be a nice combo. You know, it's just gorgeous. It's very inspiring fabric, isn't it? Of course, if you're buying this for backing a quilt, about 2.5 to 3 meters, great. You could fussy cut the flowers and do big cushions. You could broderie purse applique them to a background. That would look gorgeous. But also for dressmaking, what a dazzling dress. And again, what about the Agnes dress or top made in these fabrics? Remember, we're thinking about, I reckon that if we say as a rough idea, this piece, this size here, this is about the size of the front and back, roughly, of the Agnes. So this is the kind of bold statement you're going to make. I think that's glorious. I think that's absolutely glorious. And with that lovely gather around the neckline and possibly the sleeves as well, just fab, really fab. And a very economical way of creating a dress or a top. Try a meter, £13.99 per 1/2 meter for that. Now then, we've got one more fabric from Anna Maria Horner, and again, this is in that extra wide. Now again, I think for dressmaking, I think this could work really well. I'll tell you why. Love the colour combo, and the colour combo for me is a bit more dressmaking than it is quilting. Also, I think that having that linear design as well actually is really good for dressmaking, because it does tend to, these vertical designs do tend to kind of lengthen and taulen those of us who are a little shorter in stature. I count myself amongst them. Some really gorgeous bold colours there. I absolutely love that green. It's just divine, isn't it? And actually, you know what I call that green? It's not the I call it icky green. But I love it. Yeah, there's certain, aren't there? There's like poison green as well. It's a really old-fashioned colour. But yeah, icky green. But I love it. I absolutely love it. $13.99 for a half metre. What about making some really bold and bright floor cushions for a summer of lazing in the garden, in the park? And can you imagine? I go for a lazy afternoon. It doesn't have to be a whole summer of lazing around. I do a half day. Yeah, an hour. I'm fine with that. Lunch break. Right, now then. Let's do some denims. Now we do have two different types of denim. We have a 4 ounce and an 8 ounce. Yeah, let's start with that heavier. OJLJ 72. Yeah. 56. It's not there. Sorry. I've got a dark heavier weight, BRL J43. Yeah, it's all right. So this is a heavier weight denim. This is a sort of, I suppose, I would call this a jeans weight. You know, like a pair of jeans weight. So a little bit heavier. Still suitable for things like if you wanted to make dungarees, if you wanted to make a pinafore dress, but a slightly heavier weight one, that would work. No, I don't think it would have the drape for the Agnes dress. Perhaps the top, it might be a bit stiff for the dress, mightn't it? But still, absolutely gorgeous. Well, I bought a new pair of jeans actually, and they feel very much like this. And you know, actually, they are, once I wash them, they are really soft. They don't feel like a regular jean, you know, they're really nice and soft. Gorgeous. Yeah, I think, you know, you could experiment. For $4.99 for half a metre, it's a really affordable price, isn't it? If you wanted to experiment a little bit, I mean, yeah, no, I really like that. Really like that. Yeah, Emily had made her own jeans. It was dungarees, wasn't it, that she was wearing? She was wearing dungarees and she had made them. Very clever. Very, very clever. $4.99 for a half metre for that. That's our heavier weight. Really nice, deep, dark denim. 145 centimetres wide. 57 inches in width. Great. So that's that one. Then we've also got a light. Yeah. 93. So this is the lightest. That's the only two heavyweight ones I've got on the table. If there's another one, we might, don't know, Becky, is there another heavier weight denim available, please? Thank you. So this one is the lightweight. Sorry, the lightest colour. This is still the heavier weight, but the lightest colour. Gorgeous kind of summer sky blue. Really nice for a jacket. Really lovely, like that. Really like that. Is the medium one on the website? Okay, so we do have a medium colour, medium blue heavyweight also on the website. We'll just pop details on screen. We haven't got the sample here in the studio, but it's right there if you want to have a look on the website. If you want a medium blue, there's the image. Yeah, really like that colour blue. I've got the lightweight one actually, so I can show you what the colour looks like. So this is the medium blue, this is the lightweight one, this is the 4 ounce. This is LJ83. Oh, is this the medium? Oh no. Sorry. So have we only got two lightweight ones then? Oh, sorry. Honestly. A message from Susan. Hi, sent an email thanking you all for your fab shows and the help centre who have always sorted my requests. Wishing continued success, Sue. Oh, Sue, that's a really lovely message, really thoughtful. Thank you. We're so glad that you're enjoying your experience of shopping with Sewing Street and watching Sewing Street. It helps a lot, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. It's lovely to enjoy watching, enjoy the process of shopping with us as well. If it's hard, let us know. We need to know that, don't we, so we can make a change. Okay, so this is the heavyweight but medium colour denim. Absolutely gorgeous, yeah, love that. You could use heavyweight for bags. You could absolutely use the heavyweight for bags. That would be really good. If you're using the heavier weight denim for bags, I would say probably don't include interfacing. You could, if you want some padding, use something like H630, which is a thin fusible fleece. If you want a little bit more puff, then try using H640, but no kind of medium or heavyweight fusible fleece-celine necessary, unless you want a very firm stiff finish. So for example, like the flap on the Hoxton bag, yeah, interface that even on the heavier weight denim. But it's really suitable for bag making. You've got to kind of experiment with bag making, I've found, and don't be afraid to mock up a few pieces if you fancy experimenting, just to see what gives the effect that you want, the level of stiffness. I have a lovely friend, Sylvia, and she all the bags that she makes, she likes to make them really stiff, really structured. She loves that very, very structured look. So she always heavily interfaces everything. You know, it's what you like, isn't it, personally? And she'll do that with whatever fabric. Now, we have got two lightweight denims, and these are like a sort of shirt weight or a blouse weight. I'm going to start with the light one, OJ72. So I feel like this is summer shirt, isn't it? Yeah, with a little bit of light tan, nice tan belt, pop your collar. It's gorgeous. Have you not got this? Oh, let me just try it. Yeah, OJLJ72. Oh. No. I've got that. Oh. I better put that to one side. We haven't got a product code for that we can show you on screen at the moment, so I'll pop that to one side. Well, that's my summer shirt gone for Burton, hasn't it? But we have got the dark. This is also lovely. This is PSL54, J54. This is the really dark blue. Yummy, isn't it? Now, here's a curveball to throw at you. What about combining this weight of denim with your quilt weight cottons for piecing, as an applique background, as borders and sashings? The weight, I tell you why I say it. Not long ago, I made a gorgeous quilt using Tilda prints mixed with Tilda chambray. And the chambrays, they do a gorgeous range of colours, you know, everything from palest pink through to, you know, gorgeous. But it's just like this. It's well, chambray denim. That's it, isn't it? It's a beautiful cotton fabric. The unique thing about chambray is that the warp is blue. I think I'm getting this right, and the weft is white. So you have that shot colour that you see in denim. It's that kind of combination of the really deep navy and the white that creates the colour. But yeah, the feel of this, the weight of this, it feels very much like the Tilda chambrays. So yeah, I would use that in quilting. And wouldn't that be the most amazing background for some appliques using quite light, bright fabrics to create maybe floral wreaths, leaves, flowers, baskets? That would make the most sensational quilt. I would pre-wash. I would pre-wash this fabric. I don't pre-wash my quilt weight cottons, but I would pre-wash this first, and then I would use it in my quilting. Well, there's an idea. Give it a try. Give it a try. Fabulous. £5.99 for a half metre. We could get a half metre and give it a go. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, just give it a try. I'm all for trying different things. And like I say, when I was mixing the chambrays, and the Tilda chambrays feel a little lighter in weight than the quilt weight cottons. They work together absolutely perfectly, absolutely perfectly. If you want to see the quilt, it was the one I did using, what was the autumn range called? Windy Days, thank you, Windy Days. So if you go back in my social media to around about, I think probably September time-ish, September, October last year, you should see the Windy Days quilt. It was the one that had the big kind of panes and the smaller panes with the strips in between. That chambray, it worked beautifully, love it. Now then, bamboo jersey, yeah, LJ53, yeah. So this is, oh, this is gorgeous. UWL J59. Wow. So this is bamboo jersey. Is it what's the mix? That's the oh, that is gorgeous. Really nice. 95% bamboo and 5% elastane. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. So, if you didn't know, I'm just being told in my ear the process of making bamboo fibres. So essentially, the bamboo grass is manipulated till it separates out into thin sort of fibres, thin threads. Then those threads are spun into threads, woven and then knitted, simple as. What an amazing process. Wow, it is so soft. It has got a bit of natural stretch, it's antibacterial and odour resistant. What a great choice for summer. Good for sensitive skin as well. Love that, really beautiful. Now width-wise, this fabric is 155 centimetres. Gosh, that's really wide, 61 inches. This is the ivory. I'm thinking t-shirts, vest tops. You could also make sort of light loungewear. It's like, you know, nighties, pyjama bottoms, little vest tops, t-shirts as well. And really nice and cool. You know, on those nights when you can open every single window in the house and you are still too hot. Oh, I love those nights. But then you have to sleep, you know, and it's like, oh, come on, that is really cool. Lovely, lovely. £5.99 for a half metre. Then we have a grey marl. The grey marl, yeah. Ooh, a strapless maxi dress with shirring. Would we shirring across the top? Maybe. Yeah, I'd do that. So I'd do basically a wide tube and then stitch rows and rows and rows of shirring across. Okay, and then you want them close together and you want quite a dense, you know, to go across the top and then have that as your summer maxi dress. Yeah, like that. Or a maxi skirt, you could do that with it as well. I'm also thinking as well something like harem pants, with a nice deep cuff at the ankle. Do harem pants, that would be really nice because it's got fabulous drape too, but super cool. Those could be kind of, you know, your essential festival wear. I'm thinking music festivals or going to the park for the day. Nice and cool, nice and comfortable, still very stylish, breathable, odour resistant as well. Just a brilliant fibre. I'm going to do the crease test and just kind of scrunch everything up. How's that for recovery? Check this out, look. So absolutely screwed up and then opened out. So I'm thinking your holiday wardrobe, scrunch it up. It's really fine as well. It wouldn't take any room up in a suitcase, hardly any weight to it. Pop it in your suitcase and then just pull it out when you get to your destination. Pop it on, look fabulous. What about black? It's an essential, isn't it? Well, no wardrobe should be without the black, of course. This is the black, same composition, 95% bamboo and then 5% elastane. It's got a really good stretch to it, and it is 4-way stretch, so suitable, and it's got a really good degree of stretch. Ooh. Loungewear, yeah, loungewear. Well, Marks and Spencer's is doing 360-degree stretch loungewear. You're paying a premium for it. This has got stretch in every direction. It's absolutely beautiful. You're paying $6.99 per half metre. Make your own loungewear. Make your own loungewear. Make friends with stretch fabrics. Fabulous. Now, don't forget, if you've shopped today, you'll be put into our prize draw for our draw. The prize today is an absolute amazing prize, incredible prize. I'm looking for it, I can't see it. It's gone. You're getting 30 Moda fat quarters. They've been nabbed. I got them back. I got them back. Here they are. Yeah. Oh gosh. I mean, I would absolutely have these. They are gorgeous. It's from Moda. It was called Back Porch. Absolutely delightful. I mean, got a gorgeous red, white and blue theme to it, but really zingy colours actually. Some florals, kind of bubbles and spots. These are fabulous, aren't they? These would all be really nice in bag making too. Some little ladybirds as well, florals, a few little modern designs there. That's gorgeous, isn't it? There's 30 fat quarters here, £99.99. We don't sell this. You can win this. You can't buy this. You can win this simply by shopping and checking out today. Every time you shop, every time you check out, you'll get another entry into the prize draw to win this fat quarter stack. I'm not even going to call it a bundle, it's a stack. It's an absolutely beautiful stack of fabric. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow, what a prize. I thought it was good yesterday when it was a big bag of buttons, but I mean, that's just blown my socks off. Now, these Moda extra wide backings that we launched yesterday absolutely blew me away. Not just for backing quilts with, but the possibilities for dressmaking, loungewear, they are utterly exquisite. We had lots of you buying these fabrics yesterday for things like duvet covers, pillowcases, long length night dresses and dressing gowns. Where would you like to start? No, it's fine. You're the producer, you're the boss. You are the boss, you are the boss. The boss. This is absolutely gorgeous. Let me just show you this. So extra wide. So width-wise, we're talking 108 inches wide. How beautiful. What about palazzo pants with a little black cami top, wide sun hat, flats, big bag over your shoulder, the Riviera, a cocktail. It always includes a cocktail, doesn't it, with me? Honestly. Probably have one a month. But it's just glorious, isn't it? Great for dressmaking. What about a gorgeous long length dressing gown and night dress as well in this? It's silky. It is 100% cotton, but it has the feel of silk. Yeah? Absolutely beautiful. What about using the ivory bamboo to create your night dress or your pyjama bottoms and a little vest top, and then have this as a really luxurious kind of kimono style cover up? Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And it's so silky. Yeah? Actually, we had a lovely message yesterday from one of our viewers who is having an op, a planned op coming up, and she said she was going to make herself, I think, pyjamas and a dressing gown for her recovery period because she knew it would make her feel better. I think that's a wonderful idea. I do love a little hotel pampering session, little face masks, little under eye patches, lovely silky dressing gown, a cocktail. No, I'm kidding. Gorgeous. A mug of hot chocolate. A mug of hot chocolate will do me, thank you very much. Beautiful though. But then also, of course, it is quilt backing, so you can use it for backing your quilts. It's from Moda. It's Three Sisters. You could also use it to make your own duvet covers, pillowcases, which would be so luxurious, a fraction of the price of buying one of the premium bedding lines. I mean, I absolutely love Sheridan bedding from Australia, but it is so expensive. So you've got to compare like with like, but you know, you can pay 250, 300, 400 pounds for a duvet cover and pillowcases. This is going to cost a fraction of that. Now, my next one, favourite colour, this one. This is the duck egg background. This is going to blow your socks off, Charlie. How gorgeous is that? Stunning, isn't it? Now, I've got to just share with you, our director, Charlie, who's not a sewer, is absolute, this in particular, is like, oh, look at it. I want it. I want it. I've got to have that. I want that. I want a dressing gown in that. It's so beautiful. It is. And also as well, what you can't feel, but it is so silky and soft. It is exquisite. You know, if I kind of twist that, it is so beautiful, isn't it? It's got just a light sheen to it. It's not shiny, but it does have a light sort of luster. It is absolutely exquisite. And the detail in the print is unbelievable. It reminds me of a copper engraved print. It is so fine, like Toile de Joie. We only launched it yesterday. It's been so popular. Well over of half the stock of each of them has gone. They're not going to last very long at all. But so lovely. But right now we have them. Right now we have them. So if you love some of that, grab it now. Grab it now. Deep, deep blue. Okay. Again, gorgeous. Now, again, you could combine this with one of the other prints to create some really beautiful bedding, pillowcases. A lot of people now are having silk pillowcases because they're so good for your hair, for your skin, or feel great. This would be amazing. I think I might have to do that, you know, make pillowcases and duvet cover. Duvet covers are easy. Duvet covers are easy. They're just big. And what, you know, I hate joining fabric. So for me, the thing that would hold me back would be having to join. I don't want joins in a duvet. No joins on this. You can get duvet tape that has poppers on a tape that you apply to the top and bottom of the lower section for opening and closing. But also you get some that have a zip in now, don't you? So if you wanted to get a zip on a roll, you could put that in down the lower edge. I remember years ago seeing a sort of invention, it was more of an idea than that, where you actually had them along two long sides, you know, for people that really struggle to change duvet covers. But you know, when you make your own, you can do it exactly how you want to do. You know what I do for changing a duvet cover? My quick tip: turn the duvet cover inside out and then reach up into it and grab the corners and then hold on to the duvet and then just flip and shake it down. That's it. That's it. It's not really revolutionary anymore, but I used to you should have seen me in my 20s. I used to crawl into the duvet. I was like, and to push the sides up in the duvet, and the cats would jump on top of the duvet and try and get in. Yeah. I used to have to shut Hebe, Mrs. Mill's mother, out of the bedroom when I changed the duvet because she would get so excited. It was just all too much. All too much. Okay, last one then is classic blue and white. Now this is like beautiful porcelain. This reminds me of those most glorious kind of huge ginger jars. that you see, with just the most beautiful designs on. That's exquisite, isn't it? It's a soft, it's not a white background, actually I called it black and white, but it's actually a sort of ecru or a cream background. Now just a quick tip here, when you're layering this up, I would go with either, if you're going with batting, I would go with either a bleached cotton or I would go with a polyester, white polyester. Simply because this fabric is fine, it will reflect the colour of the batting underneath. Now if you want to emphasise the creaminess of this fabric, then use a cream unbleached cotton. But if you want to make the whole thing kind of brighter, almost like it's sort of lit from behind, put a white batting underneath it and it will just glow beautiful. Isn't that stunning? And again, wide palazzo pants, just beautiful. And a gorgeous, or a big sort of like overshirt. Yeah, would be really nice. Long length waterfall overshirt made in that. Gorgeous. Diane's having thoughts. Can you show me the sky extra wide fabric with the dark denim? You absolutely can. You absolutely can. So this is the deepest colour, yeah. Beg your pardon, the sky. That's the duck egg, isn't it? Up against denim. Now the darkest denim, absolutely, absolutely. What a lovely combination. Oh, is it Diane or Diana? Oh, Diane, you've really hit on something here. Look at that. That is gorgeous. That is absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Now you could wear a top with denim jeans or skirt, yeah, or yeah, that would be beautiful. If you're going to combine these for a bag, I would just say interface this upper fabric, and I would use a light medium interfacing. Because it is so soft, it's so buttery, and of course mixed with denim, even a lighter weight denim. This is a lightweight denim. You could mix it with the heavyweight denim too. You just want those two fabrics to behave in the same way, so just pop a bit of interfacing on the back. But if, to be honest with you, if you're going to then fuse it to in our form, don't bother doing that. Strike that. Gorgeous idea, Diane. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, yeah, we've got a couple of different interfacings on the show. Let me show you those. Now, we've got a medium weight knit interfacing. Sorry, that's the wrong one. That's the right one, isn't it? Yep, that's it. Right, this is a knit interfacing. Now then, it's a Fleeceline product, and you might never have used knit interfacing before, or you might not even have been aware that knit interfacing exists. I mean, an awful lot of haberdasheries, general stores don't carry knit interfacing, but it is a knitted fabric with a fusible side, okay, and you're going to use this for stretch fabrics where they need interfacing, so jerseys, knit fabrics, for interfacing that, because it will stretch with your jersey in every direction. It stretches in every single direction. Lightweight, soft, and bi-elastic. Bi-elastic. Does that mean elastic in all directions? Yeah. Now you can wash this up to 60 degrees, very lightweight, so it's not going to create extra heaviness, retains its shape. About 8 seconds with a dry iron. I would always put a cover cloth over. This will be cut to order, so when you order just increments of half a metre, £3.99 per half metre, it'll come in one piece. Very nice, very nice. Okay, before we go, I'm just going to grab down I think probably my favourite thing that we've had on all morning. It's this wonderful quilt kit from Moda. Now it's using a gorgeous range of fabric by Deb Strain called Effie's Woods, and it creates this gorgeous quilt for, well, is it for children? Is it for anyone that wants to be inspired and given a little boost? It has some wonderful messages. Be wise, be yourself, be kind, be brave, be clever, be curious. It's absolutely gorgeous. You've even got pieces of fabric in here that you won't use in this quilt, but you can use to create some cushions. Let me show you. You get this beautiful panel, absolutely beautiful panel that you're going to use for those special sort of squares. There you go. Be wise, be kind, be yourself. But look here at the top, you've had this gorgeous panel that says you are loved, with a lovely border, and then at the bottom you have another one that says you are cherished. Now those parts aren't used in the quilt, so what I would do is I would use my scraps of my piecing fabrics to create some little patchwork borders around them, add some bobble trim. I'd probably pick out this gorgeous rich golden colour, bobble trim around the outside edge, and then you've got a couple of lovely cushions to go, or pillows to go with this fabulous quilt. Now you get all the fabrics for the top, including the binding. The quilt itself measures 46 inches by 59 inches, so it's a really good size, a great single bed topper. So this isn't just a quilt that you're going to give for a baby and then when they're 18 months old it'll be too babyish or too small. This is a quilt you're going to keep for years and years, and when it's not on the bed it can go on the wall. Absolutely gorgeous, and some lovely piecing as well in that kit. You've got some hearts to piece, you've got some trees, and then you've also got the lovely blocks that go around the be kind, be clever, be curious. We haven't got a sample because it's so brand new in. It literally arrived yesterday, and you know what Kat's like, she's like, I'm having that. I might have had a say too. It is beautiful. I just love it. I think it's gorgeous. We've got to do the menu and go. Okay, let's look at the menu for tomorrow. John Scott's with you tomorrow, 8 a.m. bright and early. It's clearance fabrics, and then at 9 a.m. we've got a brand new guest, Lucy Pixley, with the So Pretty, So Mindful Warwick bag. Now at 10 a.m. it's rainbow colours. This should be my day. At 11 a.m, So Pretty, So Mindful Lillington bag with new guest Lucy Pixley. And then at 12 o'clock, quilt kit special offers. If you want to get ahead of the game, jump on Lucy Pixley's Instagram. She's got some, she's also on the fan page. She's got some gorgeous bags, really lovely. Great girl. Really love her. Make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. I will be back on Monday and Tuesday next week, but as a guest designer rather than presenter. I've got 5 wonderful shows, wonderful projects for you. So make sure you tune in. I've got to get them finished this weekend. I haven't finished them yet, but I will do. And of course, I've got Mummy Hillard to drive to see as well today. Can't wait. All right. Lots of love to you all. Take care of yourselves and each other. And I will see you next week.